Go. Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome to Sabaody Showdown. It's me, Gonzo, and I'm here back with an extra special guest today. We got a treasure check with us. We've been following each other on Twitter and each other's content for a while from the channel on here, and it's super nice to finally get to do some stuff together. And he's gonna be helping me out on a special format. I think this time around we're doing something relatively cool that we've not seen a lot of on the One Piece space yet, because the extra games have happened only in the East so far. So on the Western side, we've been a lot more focused on regionals for the regular format, I guess. I don't even know the name of it, but anyhow, welcome, Jake.
Extra regulation?
Yeah,
Hello.
no, I meant more like the regular regulation. Like we have extra, and it's the other one.
I think they just call it standard format. I think.
Yeah.
I don't think they ever told me that when I was doing stuff with Bandai.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of weird with the branding, right? Because it does still feel like the game is fairly young, but it's cool that we do have two distinct formats and we get to see some different bits and pieces. And obviously there's some serials on the line right now for it, so it's definitely something we all need a bit of practice on. So looking forward to seeing these games. And today you get to join us for a relatively special one, because we're gonna do 4 games. Pretty much everyone will get streamed. We did have a couple of short ones allowing this, so we will be here for a while. And yeah, I think I shared with you before the leaders that we got today, but it's basically Lucci, Yellow NL, one Lucy, which is probably the most normal leader we're going to be seeing on these spots. Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome to Sabaody Showdown. One second. One second, because, yeah, there we go. There we go. Sorry, I was accidentally having double audio, so just fix that real quick. What's happening? What's happening? Yeah, first stream in a while, so I apologize for all the inconveniences. But yeah, other than that, so yeah, we were saying we have Lucy, we have Iceburg, that's probably going to be the spiciest leader out of the bunch, and we also have I'm missing out on 2, but should be Doffy. Fan favorite, Blue Doffy, that's going to be playing Bonney, which is also one of the most normal ones. So we got a fairly interesting lineup, and we're going to get things started with an L against Lucci. But before we kind of jump into the game, Jake, is there anything you want to say? I'm very excited to have you here, so...
And Rygo or Kingdom Come.
I gotta apologize, Jake, because I think I muted you when we were trying to sort the figure. So I'm just gonna get you to restart from your take. So really sorry, but what is exciting for you about this?
No, you're good. So I'm really excited about, especially with, as you were saying, that the extra regulation format hasn't started yet in the West. We've been more focusing on the standard format and regionals and stuff, especially when it starts happening in May, trying to get those serial Yamatos. How does the power creep affect the extra regulation format, right? Like, how does Lucy stand up against things like Blue Doflamingo getting the Jinbei again? How does it stand up against Yellow NL getting Rygo, Mary piloting that? Or maybe how some of these OP15 cards really break into the old leaders, especially, I won't leak the list entirely, but the Iceburg list, I took a peek at it. And OP15, if this works well in Synergy, is definitely a huge boost to it. So yeah. I'm just excited to witness what people have been cooking up and what things people are trying out in this.
Yeah, that's actually one of the key things that I feel like we're gonna enjoy this time around, and specifically, at least we will get to it because we do have some gameplay ready for it. But there's definitely a lot of differences going around, and even though we don't really have the boogeyman on the format right now over here, right? Nobody actually piloted NL this time around, which I think is going to be fortunate for this kind of content for now. But there's going to be a lot of potential to be explored over here, and we do have a bit of tactics going on as well, right? Because the leaders are locked for the whole tournament, so they get to tweak the list a tiny bit, and I think some leads get a bit more advantage out of that, like Doffy that we just mentioned. But do you think we should get started with our first game? It's basically Enel versus Lucci, so it's kind of a classic from the good old OPO7, OPO8 times, but with a big spin. It's going to be fairly different. And at least one of the deck lists is interesting. So, you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, let me just quickly transition to the right views, and we should be good to go. Yeah, one quick second so I do adjust our players' names, and that should be about it. So
I'm really curious about this one because I feel like in times past, Lucci has kind of taken over this matchup, right? Being able to remove everything on Enel, but especially with the new EBO4 Luccis, I feel like there's an identity crisis with Lucci of whether or not it wants to be like a removal style deck or like a pure mill deck to get these 4-cost Luccis online. So really curious to see how this one goes.
it's a very fair question, to be honest, because it does feel like it's gonna be a slightly different approach from what we saw before. Lucci does have now a Vargas, basically, right? So it's gonna be quite different when it comes to tempo. And if we take a look at the deck list, that, by the way, we just posted on the chat as well, so anyone over here can take a good look at it. You see some like quite big differences with those decks. It's no longer the classic removal shell, and to be specific, Rene has gone for a loopy approach to this. I know he really enjoys just sending the whole deck into the trash and basically getting to heal with a single life over and over. So there's even a bit of competition on the healing department between him and Mary this time around, which, yeah, I think should make things a bit more different than what we're used to.
Yeah, and especially with Renee running Air Door as well as a little bit of a Gamba card, and maybe one of those things too that like Renee just whiffs a couple times on Air Door, right? Doesn't find the key piece that Renee's looking for, and it just all goes downhill.
Yeah, that could be quite problematic, and he does have enough hits, obviously, but you do need to find the right one, and Erdor is great to fill the trash, but you kind of cannot rely on it as your only source of bodies, because it's gonna backfire very easily. So yeah, taking a look at this, just chatting through the deck list before. The Renes ones is basically a looping deck list. One of the newest additions, other than the Lucha you already talked about a bit, is Alpha, which basically gives you a searchable 2k that allows you to reduce by 1 any character. So it's always good for a Lucha deck. And obviously Grounded as a 1 copy that I think is pretty much there just to loop it and be able to see it at the end of the game once he manages to mill out completely, which he's kind of doing, right? Double Spandam is a great start for this kind of deck, and there we go. That's the alpha we just talked about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty decent start, I feel like, for Renee at this point, right? You're able to build up the trash. You got a 2k in the hand in the alpha. You grabbed a 4-cost EBO for Rob Lucci as well. And especially with the early counter on Mary's side with the Hogback, we now know that this is like a Thriller Bark kind of package, you know, as is typical now for yellow. So taking the first life right there and now going in with the Zorro. Now an L going up to 5 life, getting rid of the Kingdom Come here. So is going to be at least a lot of life in this game, I feel like, for Renee to go through.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to be slightly problematic, especially given that Mary just countered the first swing, right, with the Hogback that allows him to kind of keep going with the values. So the second he gets another trigger from the Thriller Back package, you do get to immediately start grinding out. Rene's going to have to...
And that's exactly what we just saw.
yeah, it's pretty much, we're calling it, right? Some observation hacky going on, and now Rene's only real target is the Zorro. And he immediately gets rid of it to keep trashing. So there we go. Fairly standard start for the Lucci deck, and I think it's doing what it wants to be. Go on, sorry.
I feel like I almost would have loved doing the Hogback instead of the Zorro, just simply because Hogback wouldn't have been able to play anything from the trash, so you remove the body guaranteed. And now if there's like another 8-cost Gecko, right, I know it's kind of unlikely because we already hit 1, but if there's another 8-cost Gecko, that Zoro's going to be able to come out onto the field, but is going to go ahead with the Nami to be able to force Renee to take another life, go down to 3, and now swinging 7. It's going to have to command 2 cards out of hand for Renee right here. Does have Ground Death activated if he wants to use that, but it feels a little early.
Yeah, and it's also just one of the cards in the whole deck. This is a lot of pressure coming in for him as well, right? Like we just barely started the game, and somehow the black control deck is on 2 life, while NL stays steadily on 4 and has a very, very full board. So I think you're right. I think that removing that Absalom basically allowed you to then remove the Zorro a bit later, and now he's in a predicament where it's actually a lot harder for him to remove the barriers. Fortunately, I guess that before you swing, there's not another pickable card of Absalom, so you can still remove it, but that could have changed very easily if you have to swing with your Lucci to fill your trash, which is kind of your game plan. So, there we go.
We're just going in with another finger pistol. We're just removing all the bodies right now and going away with that hogback again. Still nothing to play, so is going to just remove that body, that on KO trigger, not going to happen. And now swinging 5, milling 2 is going to make that Nami a 4 as Mary takes the life right here. And Brooke going to be coming in and just being able to be played out onto the field right now. Can't remove that Nami.
This is, again, scary though. NL is getting to the 7 on turn now, I think, or 8 actually. 8 on turn.
The 8 on turn. He's on the even curve. So 8 cost Gecko going to come in and play that hog back out on the field.
Yep. Which does feel like a bit wasteful, right? We just remove that hog back and he's immediately back. Well, we can still apply removal to it, so there's no... That problem doesn't seem to quite exist yet. But that needs to go down to 1 cost for Brook to actually be able to remove it. And obviously, you kind of don't want to swing that 5 either. So, ooh.
Hard playing Lucci down right now is going to be able to get rid of one of these Spandams with that on play effect to draw a card. That's just going to be nice to recur the hand, you know, especially because those Spandams not really doing anything. And now with 25 or 20 cards in the trash, I'm sorry, that's plus 1,000 power and is a quick math 12 cost now onto the field, plus 2 cost and plus 1,000 power for every 5. Didn't realize I'd have mathematics here in the day today.
You know, like we have learned a lot of it over school, but you do get to apply it every now and again at least. So that's some minor benefits. He's swinging at the Nami, which gets countered anyways, even though it doesn't really need to. And now we do have something for Hogback to revive, so that Hogback's not going to be going anywhere, I don't think. At least it kind of frees the... I don't mind that counter
because I feel like you're still pretty safe right now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's not a lot of needs over here. It's more about just being able to revive something if that Hogback gets removed now. So effectively the only safe to remove body for René, it's the 8 cost, which is very, very hard to get rid of. But there we go. The infamous play that got Lucci like a 21 don't play back in the good old Moria days, where you do get to Rebecca into spanding into, I'm guessing probably Lucci here, although I'm not too sure which one. I guess another 4-cost SR Lucci would be good. Keep cycling things around.
Yeah, I don't think we have another EBO for Lucci in the trash. So the 3 cards going back, though, I believe is going to put this EBO for Rob Lucci down to 3,000 extra power. Oh, he did have another one in trash. All right.
Yep, so there we go. We keep going with the value and with the big monsters, pretty much. That removes the Spandam, and that probably lowered it down, but it might be quite enough just with the Spandam. Rebecca doesn't...
It's very close right now. It's on the cusp, but we had to put 2 cards back, and we played another one on the field, and then put the Spandam in the trash. So I think we're under, but it's not attacking right now, so it's not too big of a deal.
This is still a scary spot for Lucci, though. It doesn't seem like you are where you want to be. 2 life is low. Rebecca's going to do some work, because I don't think the NL list actually has any way to deal with this. Oh, yeah, Zeus. So it could get Zeus, which wouldn't be great for you. Gedatsu is pretty much not killing anything anymore.
Yeah, it's like you haven't put enough pressure on before, like the big 10 costs or things like that, you know, really start getting in and healing and things like that, especially because we have 8 cost Katakuris, 10 cost Nels, 8 cost Geckos, as you see, like on the field. Like there's so much healing potential, and with these bodies on board constantly asking for a card out of hand, or a life. It feels like it's going to go downhill fast.
Well, we are taking a 5 to face and a 6 to face, which is terrifying.
We do have a blocker in the Rebecca, but this 2 Dawn for Zeus, right? Getting rid of the Rebecca. All 8 of the Dawn that are left on this Gecko is an 18 at lead. Just bricks and bricks in hand. Lots of air doors, and that's going to be a quick 1-0 start for Mary here.
Yeah, that is brutal. Pretty much as quick as the game 1 can be over here, which is very unfortunate for Rene, but very fortunate for Mary, who manages to take the win. Combat mathing with aggro NL, even though the list is not aggro NL in any way, shape, or form. But
And I think just the way that Anel is built now, like especially with this Thriller Bark package, being able to produce bodies a lot easier onto the field, and even things like the 4-cost Zoro, the 5-cost Nami, to not only get a little bit defensive, but also like really aggressive in some situations is really tough, I feel like, for just a lot of decks to deal with right now.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of a hard situation because there's no winning, right? Like the usual time that you got from NL, it's no longer there, but the big monster is still available. The only difference is that now every time you take one of those lives that you kind of need to at some point of the game, you have an extra risk to never run out of bodies. So it's a bit unfortunate pairing wise because this Luchi list really wants to go down as much as you can on deck, right? And in order to thin, you need to use your leader ability, so you need to swing somewhere. Hence, NL kind of has the whole control of the dynamic, because if they do decide to play out and swing themselves, you can go at the board and stop that, but then they decide when they start swinging, and if they don't, you get to still do exactly what we saw before. You start with a counter to get one of your bodies for value on trash, you heal, and then when you take the swing, your triggers are going to do the work for you. So, it feels like the dynamic has changed a bit. It's no longer this whole, you're going to play big monsters, I'm going to play big monsters myself while killing your big monsters, and then just outgrind you on value. Now it's a lot more difficult to handle.
Yeah, it's just way different now, I'll say. And so Renee, after choosing second in this game, is going to go ahead, grab Air Door off of the Spandam, and has a Tempest Kick to be able to draw. Kind of hurts not using that Tempest Kick to be able to minus, but got to build up that trash, got to filter out the hand.
Yeah, but this is also part of the dynamics we saw game 1, right? Lucci wants to go second. You want to be able to do a lot of your things on curve, and this might give him the opportunity. Absalom, great. One of the good 3 costs that the NL deck can have, and now again, once that gets removed, and if that gets removed, effectively means that he keeps going. This Thriller Work package just feels like it's an auto-include in effectively every single yellow deck nowadays. Ooh.
And so there we go, the specific countering, right? You can counter when you counter out of an attack. You can counter anywhere on the field if you do not know. So announcing the counter of the Perona on the Absalom, even though the swing was at leader, so then he could take a life, potentially get a trigger like that Kumasi that we saw, was able to get that Perona on the field, even though it didn't really stun anything with that on play effect. At least it's going to be another body to be able to poke this Lucci.
Yep, that's one of the greedy plays that Abster has been basically converting the whole world into and doing a lot of propaganda for, which is, yeah, it's kind of scary, but it pays off in this specific engine altogether. And Nami's back.
Yeah, being able to force the 5-life leader to take 2 life, 3 on this turn is definitely a big deal, even though Renee building up the hand right now, I mean, I don't think it's looking great right now.
No, it's not looking like he can actually manage the situation that well. You do need to swing into that Perona to remove it. Ideally, get rid of the Absalom as well, but that's going to keep giving card advantage, and maybe going through a Rebecca could be the way to survive somehow. But again, it means your air door is not happening, is it?
I think if you want to swing at the Perona as of right now, you have to do it with the EBO for Lucci, because your Lucci is only plus 1,000 power and plus 2 cost, so it is a 6 cost. And so if you swing this 7 at Perona specifically and the KO happens, Rob Lucci will not be able to swing, but actually with the leader effect now it is plus 2,000 power, so it would get out of that. So good job there. And swing at the Absalom anyway is just going to get a free search.
Yep. And now you do get to swing the other one at the Perona. That's going to freeze nothing again.
It's going to be 8,000 power over at Perona, and you're able to remove 2 bodies on the board, which is really, really nice at this point, but still, again, not really pressuring life or anything like that right now. And you got to play another body on the field, looking probably for another 4-cost EBO for Lucci.
Ooh.
But no, is going in with pure removal, milling out 2 great eruptions.
And ooh, that's also not a card you want to see there. It does feel like pretty much the whole NL deck is geared towards like discouraging chaos, which unfortunately is the main game plan for Lucci. So we carry on carrying on, and that is a 7 swing. That it's 2k, 1k finally. I think it's the first time we see Rene counter out of a 7 swing in 2 games.
And it's really nice too, especially for that 5-cost Nami. You know, we talk about the burning life and like getting a Dawn on the leader, but with that on KO effect, specifically in this matchup, able to apply the Kiku Nojo, and now we can swing 2 swings at life on this turn. Erdor going in and playing the Brook.
Okay, that is interesting.
Yeah, the Erdors, this is the most that we've seen of Erdor in this matchup, but with that trigger playing a black card with a green or with a character cost of 3 or less from the trash, that's a perfect opportunity for Brook, but Brook may not be exactly what you need right now.
No, it's not feel like the card you want to be developing on this spot. We did not have a Spanding. The trash is looking a bit too small for giving Rene many options. And, you know, Brook is always respectable, but I'm not too sure how far we can go with him, given that you don't have setup.
Especially with a couple great eruptions that got milled earlier and only access to 1 Ice Age in the list. Removing stuff might be a little bit difficult outside of just swing. And there goes the swing at the Kiku Nojo, just going to get that on KO effect to heal.
And Tempest Kick, so I guess we might remove that Hogback as well.
It is going to remove the Hogback, but then Perona is going to be coming out on the field, so you have to double KO in a sense, it feels like, in this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be quite critical to get rid of both. At least Perona is a manageable card to remove once we have swung with everything, so it shouldn't be that bad as a game plan. But
oh yeah, and especially because the Thriller Bark package for the most part is a bunch of 3s and 4s. That's very easy for a deck like Lucci, right? If it's focused on removal, to be able to get rid of bodies consistently. Like we saw that a lot with the Lucci Doflamingo matchup, right?
Yep, that's pretty much it. You're very able to get rid of those small bodies. There's no stage on board yet, which would make it even more trivial, right? Because with leader ability and stage, you effectively just turn Brook into a machine gun. But we're gonna go for Absalom instead. Oh my. And we're back to square one.
Oh no, Hogback can't play Hogback off the trigger, just can't on the on KO effect. I always get that mixed up.
Yeah, that's it. It can play anything already on your trash of the trigger, right? And the KO is the one that doesn't let you loop them that well.
Yeah, the on KO is the one with the restriction.
But it also plays it standing, which is a lot more beneficial in this kind of situation. Okay, that's definitely thrown a spanner on Rene's plan, because again, that's a non-removable, or at least not uniquely removable target for you, so it's another iteration of the same problem. We've KO'd 2 things this turn, and there's still 2 things on board. So it's a bit unfortunate. Rebecca picking up
pulling
a 2K.
out Khalifa with the Rebecca is going to go ahead, not opt to play anything down off of the Rebecca, just play Ennis Lobby. Like you were talking about, Ennis Lobby, so good in combination with Brook, but not getting anything played off of that Rebecca effect definitely hurts as we pass off the turn with 1 done up.
Yep. Yeah, this is basically the spot Lucci was trying to avoid the whole time, and we are back to square one with it, giving a 2k for a 5 swing, which is again, oh no, it's into Brook, so that a bit more respectable, and another 2k for life. Oof.
Going in with the Gecko, just widening out the board, especially because you're still at 3 life. Like you feel safe, right? You're not worried at all.
No, there's no board pressure either in front of you. Like obviously that Lucci is big and can be quite problematic, but it's not gonna be enough to actually get you out of there. And now we again have very good cards to be getting KO'd. If I had to pick some of them, like Absalom would definitely be my favorite. So Rene is on the same predicament. The blocker is there, so that could help at least survive one more round. And we do have any lobbies, so one of the Hawkbacks can be wiped super quick.
Yeah, I feel like Gecko, especially like you got to get rid of that Gecko, especially with the threat of something like Zeus. You want to be able to make the math a little bit harder. I feel like for Mary if he's trying to go for lethal in the next turn, but using leader effect after swinging 5 mill and 2 cards looks like it's going to be a 2K. I think maybe swinging at that Absalom as you were talking about.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to swing into the Hawkback anymore because that's gonna stop your possibilities when like another Absalom or Verona comes back. The Absalom is behaving though, like there's not that many cards in the deck that are actually thriller back, but we've not seen it miss quite yet. So, you know, the engine is properly trained by Mary over here. You can tell that he spent a lot of time on it. However, we see Ice Age, which is one of those cards that everyone has been hating for a very, very long time until it got banned. And now it's suddenly back, not in standard regulation, but for extra, that's exactly how it goes.
That's why a lot of people are just very excited about some of these removal decks like Sakazuki, Rob Lucci, things like that.
I do know that Rene was pondering both of them because obviously he's enjoyed a lot of Sakazuki, but he really wanted to play the Lucci or Lupchi version right before rotation. We just didn't get fortunate enough to actually have the EB Lucci before rotation in the West. So this is basically his outlet. And I wonder if he's regretting his choices right now. He probably can tell us in chat. Rene, I've seen you do some commentary there before. Did you enjoy your choices? Okay, Spandam finds Spandin.
Yeah, Erdor not really hitting that EBO4 Lucci that we probably more than likely wanted. Now we got to survive out of this turn. We've got 2 Dawn left as active. There are some counter events in this deck, specifically Ground Death, right? An incredible card for black in general, but we'll see how he can get out of this after the 5K swing, countering out of that one with the Shirahoshi. Another 5 is going to be a block. So now no way to lose, I feel like, right now. The ace is going to come in, though, to heal and pass off the turn because there is no rush on the ace.
Yeah, this is not a good spot. That's a lot harder to remove for Lucci even through another Ice Edge. It would be quite complicated, but you know, we are on a loop version of Lucci, so that Ice Edge is the only copy Rene has access to. We could still do some shenanigans where we get to Tempest Kick multiples and maybe Greater Option. The deck is looking super thin, so it's definitely not impossible that Rene already knows the top couple of cards. And speaking of Rene from before, he actually just asked whether he can change leaders for week number 2, so I don't think he's enjoyed his choices that well.
No. After getting rid of the Hogbacks, right? Getting rid of both rested Hogbacks, still playing out characters on the field. The Ennis lobby going to minus and Brook KOing the Kikunojo to heal. And Mary still is sitting at 5 life right now in the pass off the turn. I don't see it in the cards. We're losing cards in hand constantly as Rene, and Mary is just twiddling their thumbs.
Yeah, it's... Oh, there we go. We're just doing some math splits automatically. Take the first life, and that's going to be a 15. Ooh. Lets him heal 1 life to take it and trigger it? No trigger.
Yeah, the I want to live is going to be nice if you have 30 or more cards in trash. Adding a life to, or adding a card from your deck to your life is going to be at least nice, but
Oh,
still not going to work out.
he just died to the 5k swing because he didn't have any counter in hand anymore. Okay, that's good content. I'm happy about this. Thank you, Rene, for taking a sacrifice and letting us see the power of Loopchi without actually getting to loop.
It's one of those things that, like, I don't know if Lucci. I I've thought about this too. I don't know how well Lucci can do in this format, just with a lot of the different cards, and like as we saw in that match.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know if he can keep up with like the power creep that's been going on right now, because Bandai has basically halted black as a color, right? In general, has like completely changed it, like moving away from the Rob Lucci kind of sense to it and making more of like crocodile, or the Yamato coming in OP16, right? Like it's very interesting how Lucci is in this format, but I don't know how good it is.
Yeah, it does feel like it does have a lot of flexibility, and maybe we will see a bit of that on the next couple of games from Rene, where he does get to like pinpoint a bit more his strategy. I guess NL did the same thing, right? Like it does have the possibility to just go more control-y if he wants to, and if he's playing something like Doffy, you don't really need to play this aggro route. You can take it a bit easier and just focus on healing, 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 and out valuing them. But I agree with what you're saying, and I do think that the lack of Moria kind of changes the dynamic of card advantage in the deck, and it's very difficult to actually pull through a value game with the deck. You do need to get a bit more turbo, and I do really enjoy the fact that Eredor is helping you do that. It's just a bit of a shame we didn't actually see an Eredor resolved with proper value out of it, and that's that. So Mary takes the win. Game 1 with week 1, and that puts him ahead on the pod. And the next game we do get to see is gonna be slightly different, right? So it's gonna be a slightly longer game, but this time is the deck list that we were most excited about, and it's gonna be your namesake, Jake Corona, the XE, has gonna be playing against Asakura, and it's gonna be Iceburg into Whitebeard. So I think it's one of the spicier ones we're getting today. Do you reckon we want to do a bit of a 2-minute break and then come back to it, or do you want to jump straight into it? What are we thinking?
Sure, yeah, we can take a quick break right now if you want.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we will take a break, just get a bit more of hydration for us, get some extra Coca-Cola or water or whatever the drink of choice is, and we will be
Got
back.
Red Bull today.
That's it, cool. Some caffeine for sure, because I think we're going to need it, and we will be back in 2 minutes. Thank you so much to all the viewers. This is Sabaody Showdown, and we will be right back with some more extra games. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sabaody Showdown, week 1 of the Extra Games. And again, I'm here with a special guest that's decided to join us, and it's been super fun so far. Hoping to be as far, maybe a bit less one-sided than before, atrocious Jake. So yeah, guys, if you can give him a follow and you haven't yet for some reason that I wouldn't understand, go ahead. Yeah, welcome back to the Extra Games. Did you enjoy game 1?
I'm really excited for this one specifically because I don't know how. I honestly have no idea. I've never theory crafted this matchup at all, especially now with Moby Dick being unbanned, right? A big hype point for either like Edward Newgate decks or Red Blue Ace decks has kind of transformed a lot of them into like hyper aggressive style decks, right? Where you're playing a lot of these like ace rush cards because there's several of them that are in the game. Um, just playing that to try to beat your opponent down as fast as possible, especially with Newgate being a 6K leader and Moby Dick boosting all these characters and Edward Newgate stuff by 2,000 power. We'll see if Iceburg can hang on defensively.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. It's becoming a lot more like power aggression with these Whitebeard decks. Like you can do it on Ace, as you mentioned. You can do it on Marco, and obviously Whitebeard himself is the first card that got this banned actually. So that's going to be the stellar thing, and I'm looking forward to it. I do also know that we're going to get some new cards on the Iceberg list. Probably the best cards are going to be those ones, and given how good Iceberg can be at ending the turn in very little done, I think that those secret NLs that you guys can see on the deck list right now, I just posted them on chat, are gonna make things definitely a lot more interesting when it comes to the aggression, because otherwise it can be a bit hard for a deck that keeps reducing Dawn to actually swing into a 6K leader or 8K without any trouble. So yeah, without further ado, let me quickly transition properly and we will move to gameplay.
And I'm really curious to see how this Iceberg list flows with the different 6-cost NLs that came out in OP15, especially with Mama Ragon, right? So, yeah, we'll see on these NLs how it can balance. The NL, the 6-cost Secret Rare is going to be really good to be able to balance, like be able to find a lot of your pieces as an extra search. But the blocker NL is going to be really good to be able to be like a big tanky body for some of those rush cards that come in.
Yeah, let's take a bit of a look at the list while we're working on it, right? Like, I think Iceberg doesn't get that much different cards than it used before, right? The NLs are definitely the superstars. And then we do have some additions that were definitely played, but weirdly enough, you need to cut because you don't have deck space with the NLs, and that's basically Reiju. And then the package with all the Caliphas. So I think we're going to get some predictable gameplay out of that once we remember what every one of the cards do. But yeah, as you did mention with your ace list, this is very heavily relying on rush cards. 6 of the aces of different costs, and also the Sorrow that's effectively better Newgate on this deck because you do get to contest the board and buff, and it's 2 less done. So you kind of have to go for it.
And especially with, Newgate loves just building up the cards in hand, right? Especially in a format with no pudding, they don't have to worry about that anymore in specific matchups. It wouldn't have mattered in this one, but in future weeks and things like that of this. But especially with the Kaku that's got banished, that might be a very important card in this matchup to try to negate the Newgate's hand a little bit, I feel like.
That could make a difference. Just taking one of those lives with Kaku is gonna be very, very huge, and effectively means that if you don't commit a lot of Dawn into it, you're gonna be eating away at 1 card per turn, which is not something that Newgate is usually that good at. So if we get to develop it early, it's gonna be taken away at that hand size, which is the strongest thing Newgate has going for it. Okay, I think both of them have kept their hands now, and we will get to see who starts. Oh, dice roll time. Let me just quickly do some time traveling magic now that we can, and should be good.
I was gonna say, what is your curve for either player? Like, is it going second for Newgate now that you have Moby Dick back?
That's a very fair point. I feel like you still would like to go first. Sorry. Yeah. No, maybe you
I
have
mean,
25 per
you
second.
have really good odd curve pieces, right? Like the Ezo, 5 cost Rush Ace, 7 cost Zoro or
Hmm.
Ace, like on 7, but you also, with Moby Dick, you do have that opportunity to play even first and then, still have opportunities in later turns. Like you've got 4 cost Marco, things like that. You can go like Search and Ace Rush or something like that. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
But
Oh,
against Iceberg, apparently you always go first.
huh. Okay, we are getting our chat to help us out a tiny bit. Yeah, there we go. Asakura is on chat as well, and Jake. So they both get to give us their perspective on what's happening, which is it's gonna be extra fun. Um, yeah.
So it looks like Iceberg going first in this one did not have a 1 Dawn play, which is very nice. Either the Iceberg or the Kokoro. So that's going to be good to know. And then Newgate not doing anything as well, just passing off the turn and then having to take a life. Now going to be going in on Iceberg with that Iceberg. That 1-drop searcher that came in EB02. Going to be nice because if you have 3 or more Dawn, looking at the top 7 for a Galila company and then playing it out onto the field. If you've got one in the hand. So it'd be really nice if we found one on this search, but if we've already got one in the hand, it's no big deal.
Mm-hmm. Jake doesn't seem to have found one. Are we gonna be able to do the classic Omin to Holy play, or are we short on stages? We are short on it, so a bit unfortunate, and I'm pretty sure he's been cursing at the heavens for not finding one on his first 13 or 14 cards, but these things happen. It's part of the gameplay loop, and maybe it
Part of
will
the
be alive.
gamble with it's part of the gamble with the deck at times, but taking the first life, going to 4. Now Newgate is going to be playing a Marco. That's going to be that 4-drop Marco that revives itself on the on KO effect. So it's going to be a nice efficient blocker, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely gonna do some more when we go into the least aggressive part, but it's still a wider part. It will still get some value of Moby Dick towards the end of the game, so it might be swinging a bit harder. Okay, so that life might actually have been the Galila company because Jake is now starting the loop of Dawn recursion, and we might get to start seeing some leaderability business from next turn onwards. Not a lot
Yeah, now
happening.
that we finally got that, we'll be able to recur the Dawn, as you said, every single turn, but still not producing characters on the field right now.
Yeah. Oh, apologies for a second. There we go. Let me just quickly pause this because we do now get a slightly better view. So I will quickly transition to break, fix this, and get it worked out for all of you guys on screen. Okay. Cool.
It's really interesting and kind of telling of the hand for Jake right now is I feel like especially not utilizing leader effects with that Dawn -1 to get a 5-cost Galila company character out on the field, he might just not have one in the hand at all, which
Yeah.
is disastrous.
It doesn't really feel like his hand has been the most powerful one. We have Miss Galila on curve. We have not been able to get it off Iceberg, so it might not have been the most dutiful fate agreed to him upon the gods. But we still have a game. Unfortunately, Whitebeard hasn't done that much yet either. We're gonna get to see it a bit more now, and hopefully we will see something on curve now. Okay, the overlay is now fixed, and we shouldn't need to do any more changes going forward. So yeah, apologies for the slight change. Ooh, there we go. Swinging 5 on Mama Ragan. This card is just insane. I absolutely love this card, but I'm also kind of confused about how this exists. Being a counter that lets you draw a card when you are on 6 or less Dawn, while being super Usohachi, it's just amazing.
I've been a big fan of Mamaragon in my blue purple Sanji list. I think it's just a great card to be able to get out of 5k pokes in there. But going in now with the Newgate is going to play an Ezo down or 2 different Ezos now. One the 5 costs from EB02, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the set, or EB01, and then a Searcher Ezo on top of that.
I believe it's CBO1 because it was part of the Odin package, right? Like they came down together to make that work. Yep. And then the Searcher does find the Moby Dick, and Newgate is losing lives just by playing the game because that's what's going on here. So Moby Dick is going to be active pretty much immediately, not the next turn unless he takes a life. But I don't think that 0 power Iceberg will be swinging, so turn after that, we're going to start seeing some aggressiveness. Or is it
And I
with
don't
one
think there's a
life?
lot of cards either in Newgate's list that stop him from taking life at the end of turn. So I think that's going to play a factor too. Jake doesn't even have to swing for him to go down to 0.
Mm-hmm. That's absolutely true. I think none of them actually, right? Because the only card that you actually play for this purpose, at least you have for a long time, it's the 9-gate, but it's been replaced by Sorrow altogether, so we're just playing a very dangerous game, and thankfully Pudding cannot ruin it for you anymore, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, Kokoro, and there we go, the newcomer for the deck. 6-cost Secret NL that Jake has made a very good quality proxy for, which we do appreciate. It's kind of been rough to get these guys. I just got mine delivered to me this week. They are expensive and valuable and very good cards in the game as well. And let's you, as a reminder, you get to Don -1 on play, take a look at the top 5 cards of your deck and pick one, add it to your hand, and then trash one card from your hand. So you don't have to show it. I think it's like the second card that is a searcher, and you don't need to show anything because there's no restrictions. After Luffy will be kind of king of the pirates that we have played in the Yuppie Sanji deck that I'm probably fairly sure you still play it on the deck. That doesn't force you to reveal anything when playing it. And he gets rid of a 2k Black Maria. That's also great part of the deck's engine. Recover 1 Dawn and leader ability for the first time. Dawn -1.
So this is going to be a nice turn, right? Because I believe playing out Rob Lucci that we searched for off of that Kokoro earlier in the turn is going to be nice to be able to rest a 5 cost or less when attacking, especially that 4 cost Marco on the field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to be able to contend him a tiny bit and somehow get rid of some of the pressure that Whitebeard is putting on us. He's ramping to his 8 on turn now, yeah. And we'll see what he can play. Aces are going to be
especially
terrifying.
especially with the high counts of Dawn, this Nell does not have the protection effect. I don't know if that matters too much in this matchup, but is going to be an 8k character so long as there's more than 6 Dawn on the field for Jake. So that might have to be something that he thinks about, especially with stuff like Distorted Future that Newgate is maybe going to be able to use to minus the Secret Rare NL when it turns sideways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't think Jake has any ways to reduce Dawn through counter, so basically if you end the turn on more than 6 Dawn, that NL is not going to get as many of the advantages. But, you know, Khalifas are going to get that Dawn count a lot lower, and you always have the possibility of not using Galela to keep the NL at a reasonable size. Okay, Iso takes a life. Both of them basically going to end this turn on 2 life, because Newgate is self-sabotaging again his life expectancy. But we'll see what he plays. Is that going to be a 5-cost Ace maybe? Yep. There we go.
Yeah, this looks like the illustration box one. So just going to be a couple 2Ks out of the hand. You love to see that if you're Jake, right, efficiently countering out of swings. And so the couple Dawn that are left, not playing the Moby Dick out on field when we had 2 Dawn left. That's kind of curious because we know that it's in the hand, but is maybe just trying to save it in case of some stage removal that Jake could run.
Yeah, do we have any options for stage removal on purple?
I know there are some options of stage removal, but I don't think Jake is playing any, to my understanding, I think.
No, I don't believe any of them are here. I'm just trying to remember which cards in purple did it, because I do know the red and black ones for it. But it's one of the stickier card types that we have had around, right? Other than the recent blue Retro 7 that basically lets them bully Emu into not being a deck anymore, and some removal for 1-cost stages or some Imulok removal for 7-cost stages. We've not had a lot of options, so once the stage is in place, very, very niche possibilities let you remove it, especially if it's not a 1-cost stage. Okay, there we go. I think
just taking a look, just clarifying Ace's effect right now. Anytime that he's removed by effects, not necessarily KO'd. So does not get that protection on himself, I believe.
No, I think it's effect only, so he does get to be swung out, which is probably what Jake is looking at doing pretty much immediately. Okay.
So it looks like is tapping 6, maybe for another secret rare Nell, or maybe the blocker Nell, one of the two. It looks like it's going to be the secret rare is going to go ahead at Dawn -1 and look at that top 5 yet again and try to find something to play out onto the field, especially if it's a 5 cost or less Galila Company kind of card. Can go ahead and use leader effect to be able to double body essentially for like about 11 Dawn's worth.
That's gonna be kind of the ideal board development situation. I also don't hate using Mamaragan to get rid of one of the searchers next either, because it will let you buff your NL a bit farther right now, and it will get you exactly to 6 dons, so you do get to keep those NLs at fairly huge values going forward, and removing those searchers is actually non-trivial, given that you know that Moby Dick is coming down, and they would require pretty much no commitment to swing 5 at you, and hand size is not really that great, given we've been given a lot of counter. Okay, there we go. Khalifa from EVO1 is coming down, and Don't Count is going down with there.
Khalifa going to be doing Dawn -1 to add 2 characters with a cost of 4 or less from the trash of the hand. This is going to be really nice to recur 2Ks, right? Especially as we have to pitch so many with Newgate being a 6K leader, right? If he just swings 6, that's an easy 2K to get out of it. So I really like that Khalifa play.
Yep, that's gonna let you continue with your board presence, and now NL actually swings with exactly 6 ton. Galila Company hasn't been used, but I do get the feeling that's not going to be the case either. 10 into 6 gets that fully removed. And is Jake going to do any follow-up plays or just pass turn with some Don standing for, I guess, bluffing purposes?
Yeah, there's no counter events outside of Mamaragan in this deck, but just trying to think about how much he wants to commit onto this Lucci. This Lucci going to be swinging an 8,000 power and the Dawn -1 resting a 5 cost or less. This is just going to rest that Ezo just to be able to get a body and go down on Dawn, as you were talking about, to stay in that range for a Nell's effect. And we'll see where this 8 is swinging exactly. It's probably at face, I would imagine.
Do we want to be swinging that face here, or are we going to go for a board approach? I guess it basically depends on whether we want to get them to 0 immediately and represent lethal. We have 2 10Ks, so I think it makes sense. It's the biggest body. Like, face means 2 cards out of hand, while both Marco and Iso would mean just 1, right? Either by discarding to revive the Marco or giving you a 2K. Yep. Whitebeard takes that life, which means those NLs are effectively killing machines going forward. And now we swing an EC3 into
Kokoro
a
just going in at the Ezo. I feel like you could just let this go. Unless maybe you want to utilize Moby Dick to swing 1 Dawn 5,000 power with the Ezo. That could be something that we see. We could see a little bit of protection on this.
Yeah. We do know he just picked up 2 2K, so lethal is going to be complicated with 2 lives, but those 5K swings at 1 Dawn cost are actually not that bad. Ace would, sorry, not Ace. Ace would be actually not a bad play either, because you will be able to remove the Lucci for sure, and very likely the NL as well, right? With a 9K swing that also reduces him 3K. It's gonna be rough. So, he's defending it.
Yeah, I don't mind this defending. Especially because you can very easily utilize these 1-drop searchers now that you're at 1 life. Now all your Whitebeard Pirates characters and your Edward Newgate are plus 2,000 power. So now your little 1-drops are able to swing lead if you want.
Yeah, this also kind of makes me think. I do really enjoy the fact that the players do not know the list of each other, right? So this 1 Dawn that you and I have full information about and know that there's no counter effect to be used for it, is something that Asakura didn't have the context for, so now he needs to think twice before going lethal, even though it's still not a very likely lethal with 2 2Ks and 3 surprise cuts plus 2 lives. But there is an argument where the bluff doesn't weight that much, and going 4 at the searcher instead of 3 could have made a difference when it came to pressure.
So now is going to go that 5,000 power with the Ezo. Looks like Mamaragon going to be able to draw 1 card and get out of that attack. Again, I love Mamaragon in these different purple decks. That's why I got my play set. But swinging again with the other 1-drop is going to be a 1K counter out of the attack. Now Marco going in. This would be a 7,000 power swing. Only 4 cards in hand for Jake right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and there's no Dawn commitment whatsoever, so there could still be an ace that represents a 9K swing, making things very, very uncomfortable on the lethal math perspective, because you effectively get to go 7-7-9-9 if you have that ace, right?
I believe Ezo gets the boost, so that's like another 9,000 power attack that we have to worry about.
Yeah, we currently have 7 and 9, and Russ ace would be huge over here. Jake has exactly 6 stun on this point in the game. Just clarifying for chat here, he's very, very carefully crafted the turn in order to be able to Dawn minus atrocious amounts.
He did draw. I know he did draw with Mamaragon, right? Because Mamaragon does say 6 or less draw 1 card. Yeah, he did.
And then he countered with a regular Lucci for the second swing. He went from 5 back to 5, down to 4. So yeah.
So off of the 8 is going to go ahead, take the life early in this one. Now the 9,000 power swing from Ezo. Yeah, he might just be going for a game with these got 9 and 8 at least, and then another potential 9 coming in.
So that is 2K, 2K, 2K. Oof. Do we have an ace here?
A lot of cards given up there.
Do we have an ace here?
I think we do. That's 7.
Oh, it's Sorrow instead. So we are just buffing our leader, and I guess we are gonna try and get rid of some of the board.
Yeah, I mean, this Zoro swing's still valuable, right? A 9,000 power attacker, especially with that activate main. You can give it that character rush, and making your Newgate now a 10,000 power leader without any Dawn and an 8,000 power defensively is going to make it so hard, I feel like, for Jake to get a ton of pokes through. He can probably get a couple with these secret rare NLs, but not too many.
Yeah, that's... Ooh. Are those 2 cards... Is there any breaks on that hand? Because you are gonna be going down to 0. You do need a lot of defensive power in here. That 10 kind of has to go at the NL. Yeah. And now the 9 will have to go at the Lucci and kill it.
He might be thinking about either 9 or 10 with this Zoro to be able to swing at one of the NLs, because... Oh, wait, did they go back on the attack real quick?
Yeah, I think maybe they clarified that he thought it was an 8K. Right? Maybe Jay can get this clarified to us, but I do get the feeling that what happened is he believed he was going 10 into...
Yeah, because the leader's still standing right now, so...
Yeah, so he just took the attack back, and he's swinging first with Zoro into the Lucci.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get that knockout, and now still have the leader swing right here. Can swing 11 with the leader if he wants to.
Yeah. And
you might just want to leave out that 1 Dawn for a distorted future, because you're going to go down to 0, and you have these secret rare NLs that are still on the field. So you got to be able to make sure that you can survive.
Yeah, this is going to be either distorted future on offense or defensive radical beam. which is looking like the latter. Yeah, that removes the Khalifa. Jake goes down to 1 card in hand, and he's facing an 8k leader with 2 10k attackers. And 8 Dawn exactly.
So sitting with like what feels like 12 to 15 cards in hand right now for this Newgate. This is going to be a tough one to get through, especially with all the characters out onto the field. We'll see how Jake approaches this now at 8 Dawn.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be. The 10 cards in hand, it does feel like more than 10, right? Like we only have 2 cards on trash, and pretty much everything we played except for 3-4 cards has drawn a card as well. So okay, we keep it easy. 10 to life.
The 10 to life first is just trying to test out the hand, see what's going on, right? Because it does still command 2 cards with an 8k leader, right? A 2k, 1k, or an event. So it is going to go. Or wait, no, that's only an 8k swing. That's right. It's only 1k out of that because we haven't done minus. I forgot.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
So going in the all in right now, if this is all 8 Dawn, 8 plus 8 is 16. So this would be +4 for 12, 2k, 2k, 2k to get out of the attack.
Yeah, he survives, and I believe this is just going to come down to how do we swing this turn, but there's no way for Jake to survive with 2 cards in hand and this insane amount of body pressure. So yeah, 9 into life is guaranteed. And now, yeah, dealer's choice. That's going to be another 9.
Izo's 9 now is going to be able to go in. Newgate going up 1-0 in this one on Iceburg. Some cool stuff, but a little bit slow of a start, I feel like, for Jake on the Iceburg, especially on that 3 Dawn turn. It did not work well for him in that scenario.
It felt like it was a slow start for both of them, right? Because even on Newgate's side, we did get to play a Marco blocker and eventually the ISO play, but he didn't really pressure Jake early on. Hence, Jake actually had a window to go for a fairly difficult lethal, I'm going to say. I'm just thinking whether what he had in hand actually at the end of it. Let me just do some time traveling magic, because if he got away to Dawn -2, he had a lot better chances on the lethal side of things, I believe, just by buffing both.
He was saying in chat that he messed up and ramped with stage last turn, or the second to last turn that he had, but that would have put him at 7 Dawn in total. So 7 Dawn. I guess you could like Dawn minus somewhere real quick, the active Dawn maybe, or swing with something, then Dawn minus it to go to 6.
Yeah.
Can use Iceberg's. Oh, I guess he could have just used, Iceberg's leader effect at the start. Yeah, not play anything. You could just Dawn minus to go back to 6. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that... Oh, sorry, I went a bit too far into the future. My preview wasn't quite working out. 1 second, guys.
And close your eyes, chat.
No, they cannot see it. Only you. It's only for your eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Close my eyes then. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll get things sorted out. Now we are good to go. Yeah, I did remember not to let chat see into the future. And we get to see into the present now. Or the past, I guess, since there are recorded games. But we're gonna see whether Iceburg can change things now. And so as we were talking about before, right, he does really want to go first on this spot, so he's gonna carry on. And yeah, we're going into game 2 with our players having an interesting situation here. I do feel a bit bad for the Newgate player here, because he's admitted to not having practiced the matchup, which I don't blame him for like at all. But this can get very confusing. There's only one way, and it's basically you have to ask Jake for webcam games. There's no other way right now in competitive One Piece than calling our expert for it, who, by the way, has also expressed some regret to me because he has 2 pet decks, the other one being Buggy, which led him to back-to-back serials, and he was very, very tempted to run that one too, but I'm happy that we do get to see some Iceburg. It's definitely a lot more interesting from the viewer's perspective. We all have seen buggy a lot.
I'm just excited to see like a random matchup. Like you would have asked me like what 2 leaders would you have expected in extra regulation, and neither of these leaders would have been anywhere near my list of choices. So gonna be a cool one right there. Is gonna go ahead on the 3 Dawn turn. Just play out Galila Company. Who needs the Iceberg when you can just play out this stage instead?
Yeah, and he's not using leader ability either, which probably might hint at the possibility of NLs coming down fairly quickly this game, which is kind of what you want to do, right? Like an 8 to 10k swinger into a 6k leader is exactly what Iceburg needs to be doing, and I can see by Jake's reactions that he's definitely gonna be providing some of these atrocities with the NLs, so let's see how many we get to see this game.
So passing back-to-back turns with the Newgate after swinging 6,000 power and Jake taking the life is going to be a good sign for Jake, especially getting this Anel down. He is seeing what he needs to at the beginning of this game. So going in that top 5. I'm curious to see if Jake also uses leader effect on this turn to be able to play a body out on the field. I feel like you want to, but I don't know if that's correct because I have no practice with this deck.
That is very, very fair. So now, just with the NL ability, we are going down to 5 Dawn, right? We get rid of a Reiju. I guess we don't believe in card advantage this matchup, which is absolutely fine. I don't think that's going to be where we want to be going with it. And now, yeah, we're done minusing 1, getting down to 4 Dawn, and playing the Lucci in case we have any pesky Marcos. So, yeah, that's not too bad.
Lucci is also going to be very nice, especially if like an Ezo comes down for Newgate on this upcoming turn. That way he's going to be able to rest that Ezo and then maybe swing the NL into it, especially if he's going to be sitting at 6 or less Dawn.
He did run these turns, which means we're going to be on 7 next. But if we do have a follow-up NL, we're immediately on 6, and we do get to Galila and leader ability as we please right after swinging with the first NL. So I think this is exactly what Iceburg wants to be doing on this matchup. Jake took the lessons from his unknown matchup game 1 and decided to just draw better this game 2. So we'll see where that goes. You summoned Issa from Newgate's perspective. We just drop it on 5 and yeah, swing an easy 7 into life, keeping 1 on up for some defense, which is starting to look like you might need it. Because that Issa is going to be key if he gets to stay on board.
Yeah, this board for Jake is going to be intimidating after a while. And at 7 Dawn, like you mentioned, there's going to be a 6. I think another either Secret Rare now or Blocker now, one of the two, is going to be very beneficial right now. And it's going to be the Searcher. That's the ideal. And it looks like as hot of a start as you could ask for, especially now because you're probably going to be using your leader effect as well to be able to play another character on the field if you've got one.
Yeah, and it could be very easily one of the Caliphs that lets you develop the board even farther, right? So you can effectively have a fully developed board if you want to and start focusing on other endeavors. Or just playing one body, another Lucci or Kaku would do quite a bit of work as well. Jake is really thinking about this NL search. I really wish we could know what it was. Maybe he remembers. But yeah, I guess this secret NL just spoils you for choice. It's too good a card and just lets you pick whatever is best for you on those top 5. And when you're playing the purple NL deck, your choices are a bit more streamlined, but you do have a lot of flexibility on this Iceburg one. We get rid of Chopper. We're not going to be ramping anytime soon because we do want those swingers to be 10k power. And on -1 once more to rest the ISO.
So that Ezo going to be prepped, and we're going to try to ask for a card out of hand right now, right? And so it's kind of a difficult decision if you're Newgate of whether you counter this, because the more that you counter like this kind of swing from the Lucci, the less counter you have for the Anel if it swings in at the Ezo. So gonna be a tough little spot, I feel like. But is just going to take the life, take a little bit in hand, but maybe a trigger here. There is a couple different triggers in this deck. One being Radical Beam. If it was Boat, I'd imagine that we just do it. There would be no thoughts.
Yep, no, 100%. So there's a bit more thinking. We did not get a card out of hand, which is good for defending that ISO, and now it's the question mark on whether we actually want to swing that NL, because this Thought of Future could cost you the body on the way back.
So swinging 11,000 with this Enel, more than likely at the EZO is going to have to command 2 cards out of hand at least, especially if there's like, well, actually there's no event, so it's going to have to command 2k, 2k, 1k to get out of the attack.
Yeah, that is very, very brutal. I mean, he does have one on up, right? So there could be a Rat Beam maybe.
Oh, he does have one on
Yeah,
up.
he's just like covering it now.
I thought he
there we go.
attached it to leader, but yeah. This is still multiple cards, though, that you're asking for.
Yeah, no.
One being Radical Beam to go +4, and then like a 1k out of hand.
Yeah. Okay, chat is, well, yep, 2k plus Rat Beam, so we move on. And in the meantime, chat is asking us what the best decks would be for extra regulation. And we have just mentioned that these two are none on our expected list. But what do you think would be the top contender or two for this format once we actually get there?
I'm really curious about Purple Enel, to be honest. I know it's kind of bland because it's dominating standard, but I think the deck just has so much flexibility and so many options with it that I feel like it's very much like when Sakazuki was at the top of the game right now, where it feels very skill expressive, and I think that can translate well into extra regulation. But there's plenty of other ones too. I feel like I think UP Sanji can do well in the format. I've been playing a little bit of that. Boat Ace is very interesting and very aggro, so you could like try something like that as well. But yeah, I think Purple Enel is just really good.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty much undeniable. And Purple Enel and even Nami are still going to be present on the meta, right? Like Nami does get the tools they just lost back, so you do get to keep some board control if you want to. Red Rock is here to stay, which I agree. Sanji could leverage it quite well. I don't know if it's going to be a Reiju version or just a turbo version with some copies thrown in, but like definitely we'll have some people trying around. People like Ben Nightingale, right, that managed to pull that NO in Europe right at the end of the format with it. I'm sure he's going to try it out as well. But Enel just feels like it's too much of a beast and has pretty much perfect flexibility with the miracle list we've started to see and leveraging Senor Pink. It's just scary to think about the deck. It's great, but it's scary.
Yeah, and again, like I was talking about at the beginning of the show, like with power creep that's been going on in the game right now, like how much has the power creep impacted, extra regulation, and can like the older stuff really keep up even with the unbanning of certain cards? But Newgate going to be swinging 6,000 power. Not easy to tell if he's swinging at life or this Rob Lucci. There is another Rob Lucci on field, but a 2K, no matter where it goes, is going to be able to get out of it.
Yeah, that's some defense. And we'll see whether that is going to rest itself. I think there's no reason not to swing with it anymore, right? Because we have 2 Luchis in front of us. There's no way that's going to keep standing. So 7 into
get that 7,000 power attack in, and it might be going at the Lucci. It might be focusing in at the Lucci. Right, but Mamaragon is going to be plus 1,000 power somewhere to make either a 6 or a 7, and a 1k chopper means that I believe this was going at Rob Lucci.
Yep, 100%. That basically still is a 2k pretty much, right? It only costs 1 card out of hand, but it's not what you want to be doing with those Mamaragons necessarily. So there is that, and the ace follows up. We do know that 2ks have not really been that common here. Very likely, so I do feel like swinging 1 over is gonna at least fish for some very relevant information in here. Will Jake have 1 more 2K?
7,000 power swing over at the Rob Lucci is going to collect the knockout. Only 3 cards in hand right now for Jake, so doesn't have too much. We can recur the 2Ks that we put in the trash with that Khalifa that we saw earlier, which is a beautiful play. I love that. But obviously can't do it on the defensive side. So moving into the next turn, looks like is going to be 6 for another secret rare Enel. Corporate asks you to decide the difference between these 2 images, the images being Iceburg and Purple Enel.
Yeah,
but they are the same.
They are absolutely the same. They're the same image.
Yeah.
Oh my, that is this doesn't feel fair. They're all the same NL as well. Like, we do know that Jake is running the blocker, but he's refusing to show us the blocker. Also, before we kind of move forward, just wanted to thank our new subscriber, Sinners Live. Thank you so much for the support, and everyone that's watching. Sorry that we don't have alerts enabled. That's going to be something we might work in on the future, but we haven't set it up yet. So yeah, okay, we move on. NL Battleground time.
Is going to be a 10K swing, I believe. Yeah, because we're at exactly 6 Dawn. So the 10K swing is thinking about taking the life, has about 3 Dawn open for different events. It's just going to go down to 0, maybe asking, for an all-in to ignore these characters here.
Yeah, that's going to hit another one. Huh. I mean, he's on 3 life. There's virtually no way to actually take 4 lives for Whitebeard. Maybe another race and then Moby Dick is the way to go from here. So that's going to be minus 3k for the NL, and we need 1 more K counter. Okay.
Ooh, is going to 2k. So over counter a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Rob Lucci swinging at lead is just going to be a 1k out of it. And now using leader effect to be able to get another character around on the field is going to be Khalifa. Khalifa is going to use that Dawn Minus to get 2 4-cost or lower characters from the trash. And it's going to more than likely just be 2 2ks.
Oh.
Right. Ooh, is going to go Chopper and or is it 2 costs or less?
I think it's 4 cost or less. Because we did.
Oh yeah, it is 4 costs or less, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're just like playing Chopper on the defensive side of things a bit, which is interesting. And yeah, sorry, I did mislead the chat before. It needed to be a 2k before, right? Because this total feature is 3k, right? So that puts you on 8, and you needed to get to 10. To 11 for the swing, right? So it would be 9 plus 2 plus 5, bringing you to 11k to actually defend. So he hasn't overcounted. Oh, Jake only had 1 2k.
Webcams is like, wait, is it going lead or is it going out of character? It's hard to tell sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously the leader is a 6k, which is not the normal amount for a leader. Mm-hmm. So there's always a bit of math happening, and yeah, I'm sorry, I did miss that math this time round, but we'll see how we go from here, because I don't really like the lethal prospect of here. However, Jake only had 1 2k in trash. And he very likely does not have more than 1 more 2k in hand, given how we countered the last turn with the Mama Dragon, right? So, is there actually a way to push for lethal here? Maybe something like Moby Dick and another 5 cost ace?
Well, I think it'd be really hard to push for lethal just simply because Jake's still sitting at 3 life, right? Especially if you go Moby Dick and ace, right? There's not a lot of Dawn left to be able to utilize.
Yeah, you have
within your turn, right, for extra power. So if he's got maybe another 2k in hand, right, as soon as you 8k swing and he goes 2k, boom, now you don't have any lethal math anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you will only have 3 more Dawn to work with, right? So the best you could do is effectively just go all 9s, but that doesn't really work out. So you do need the first 8 swing to like do its job. And after that, you do get to like scale up a bit and just go like 9 9 12 9 9 11, I suppose, or 9 10 10. Asakura here complaining on chat that Iceburg should only have 4 life. I think it's fairly balanced with the fact that
he can't swing. He should be a 6 life leader.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if 6, but like I don't think 4. 4 for sure is not the play here. Only Vegapunk gets to have less life and not swing.
Yeah, I think like I wonder how much you need to control board right now.
It's rough,
especially with the low hand size.
Yeah, and there's not a lot to be done here. You know there is a 2k, so I'm not even sure how you control this board, because those 10ks are not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have 1 more distorted future, you can start pressuring in that direction, but they would still be 7k bodies, which you cannot contest that well.
Like, you need to like distorted future, but also the 7 costs OPO to ace, rush ace, to be able to minus 3,002 bodies. But even then, like there's still 1 that's left active going in 2K'ing out of the attack. I think swinging at Rob Lucci.
Yep. They're gonna be another 7. Yeah.
There's another
Ooh.
2K, another one just sneaking in the hand.
He did top deck one of those. Sneaky Jake. Got it, and now things get complicated. Is he gonna give both 1Ks in his hands?
We know one of the cards is a chopper in the hand, so just continuing to go at this Rob Lucci. Maybe think about playing a blocker on field, right? Because now Rob Lucci can't rest it.
Okay, Jake, yeah, that's true. He did have a Mamaragan in hand from the previous turn, but I do feel like you would have defended that Lucci before, had you gotten a 2K out of it.
So is hard playing Uta for 6. That doesn't feel good if you do that.
Well, that does not bring any joy.
Oh, but is going to go for a Marco instead, a 4-cost Marco.
Oh, that a bit better. That's a bit better. Still not great.
Passing off the turn with 4 Dawn left as active.
That is not ideal. Did Jake get his Dawn back up? Yeah. No, he didn't, right?
Say that again.
Did he get his Dawn up for a turn?
Are you talking about Newgate or
Jake, Iceburg. So it does seem like he has...
I think he
Oh, yeah,
did
it's 7.
Dawn
Yeah,
up.
he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing only 6. I'm like, hold on. I'm missing one.
Yeah, he's at 7 right now, and so going to be grabbing 2Ks back yet again. I think do you have to Dawn minus for that?
Yeah, you basically done...
Yeah. So that would put him back at 6, and now these Anels can go in and swing. And you refilled the hand with a little bit of counter as well. So even if you don't hit lethal this turn, it's still going to be hard for Newgate to be able to hit.
Yeah. Oh, Iceberg is sideways chat because you need to rest him to use his leader ability. Right?
Yes. Yeah, you have to rest Iceberg to use his leader ability. But countering out of that first 10 with a Distorted Future and 2K for plus 5,000 power to go to 11. I think Jake is now thinking about attaching Dawn onto these Anels. If he splits the Dawn and gets the block, then he has an out for lethal, but there's a counter out. Well, I guess you could rest it maybe, but is going to go with the 13,000 power swing and lead. This is going to ask for a lot of cards if Newgate wants to get out of this. You have still some Dawn left.
I think you kind of need to block this one, and very likely actually block and save him to either have a lethal possibility or to be able to swing with it on the way back, because you do need as many swings as you can. And Mama Ragan could kill you if you don't block and revive, right?
So this is 11,000 power off the Distorted Future and the 2K, and then another 2K going up to 13. There's one more card, just another 2K coming out of hand, and we only have one more card now.
Oh my god.
As Newgate.
One card in hand is brutal. Do we have the Mamaragan? No, we don't.
Does not look like it as we go ahead and swing the 10. This is going to ask for the Marco to block and potentially utilize its on KO effect, right, to bring it out on the field. And I feel like you have to, just simply because you want that extra body to swing with to try to go for lethal right now.
Yeah, there's no way around it. You do need to get as many swings as you possibly can. I'm guessing he's...
It does have to be a Whitebeard Pirate card in hand, though.
Yeah, so it's Josu.
Oh, and it looks like it is. It's a Josu, yeah.
Maybe we get to top deck Moby Dick here and go for lethal. Chopper comes in.
Would be nice. Yeah, saving that chopper down on the field to now get a blocker, even though it does ramp, or I believe you can choose whether or not you ramp. So it's probably opting not to, just to not get out of that 6 Dawn range.
Yeah. Oh, Asakura is just answering me. Yeah, I do know that Marco couldn't block again, but you would have been able to actually counter out of the other 13 as well, right?
Yeah. If the Mamaraga came before the last Anel swing.
Yeah, so I think it was just better that way. if Jake has the Mamaragan, probably just rest the Marco. It didn't need to be in place, but I do feel like just blocking that one means that he needs to tap out to swing 13 again, which basically means no chopper, or only swings 11 and you get one more card in hand. That wouldn't have made a difference in this game, don't get me wrong. But I do feel like the right play was to block the first one of the swings and just be sure that you don't randomly die to Mamaragan. And he's not going to swing a Marco again, because, again, you do get to revive him very, very easily. So I think it was just a tiny bit better because he forces your opponent to actually use all their dawn and there's no blocker on the way back. Or swing a bit lower and you do have more possibilities on how you react to it. Okay, so that's 1-1. Iceburg takes the win and he doesn't get to play first for the first time on this next game. Okay, did this feel like more of a showcase of Iceburg to you, or is just Purple NL disguised as a non-attacking leader?
I was gonna say, like, I mean, we did see a lot of interesting effects through the Iceburg, right? Especially in that second game, right? There was a huge emphasis on the Rob Lucci, right? Couple Rob Luccis played out onto the field to try to get the resting of the 5-cost or less, which is actually a pretty big deal in this matchup for the Newgate. And then Khalifa, right, that addition from EB01, just recurring resources from the trash, because it only tries to grab things with a cost, not necessarily trying to grab things of Galila Company. So a good showcase of some Galila Company stuff, but I think the big deal breaker in that one was the Secret Rare now, as you're saying.
Yeah, the card just did its job. It allowed him to chain into itself. I'm pretty sure that Jake picked up some of some others. And yeah, that's exactly what you need against Newgate. That's pressure. It's very hard to remove. It's very sticky. And it's taken the game by storm, exactly the same as NL. So we'll see whether we see the same strategy this game 3. I think the secret NL count is on 5 across 2 games. So how high do you reckon we're going to see it this time? Are we going to get to 9?
And I think a lot of, not necessarily like, I mean, the Anels were very, very good, do not get me wrong, but I think the big backbreaker in that match that we just watched was not only the Anel search, but also being able to play a Rob Lucci body on top of that, right? For, like I was saying, like 11 Dawn's worth of value on that turn, get those 2 very important bodies, especially because Anel can search for that body, right? So I think that's kind of like the biggest deal and why the Anel can be so important in this deck specifically. Because I feel like outside of just searching for a card, it fulfills like a much bigger purpose in a lot of situations.
Yeah, you do need everything that comes down with it. And it does let you filter as well, which is not bad. Sometimes you do end up in tricky situations in purple. And there we go. We start the game going second with a searcher that finds the Rob Lucci. Obviously, what you want to be playing off of your Iceberg. So we're back down to 1 Dawn. And we'll see where it goes from here.
Playing out that Rob Lucci that we searched for is going to be nice, right? Just to be able to get an attacking body on the field in this next turn, especially because Iceburg doesn't have like a Dawn condition that he needs to be able to play this Rob Lucci out. It's just Dawn -1, play a 5-cost Galila onto the field. So you can use it on your first turn of the game, which is super nice.
Yeah, that is genuinely great with this leader ability. And yeah, it telegraphs the best play possible next turn, which would be, again, setting up for the NL chains by dropping that Galila Company and not dropping one more body. Ooh. It's also
so
like
is
really
going to
key.
Search for Moby Dick, play it out on the field immediately is going to be nice to establish. But now the 1 coming in, I think this is going to be for that Iceburg to try to find that Galila Company as you were talking about.
Will we be able to pick it up? Fingers crossed. Or no, it seems like Iceburg doesn't like Jake this time around, but does he have
still
one?
have it in hand, and we do, yeah. So even though we didn't find one, right, we -1 card, but we still had it in hand to be able to get it onto the field and try to do a little bit of ramping, and we'll see how much we swing with this Rob Lucci here.
Oh, this is a predicament now, though. We have a... Oh, we do have a chopper. Nice. Okay, the predicament is gone.
Going to ramp. Yeah, the chopper is going to ramp to be able to go up to 6 next turn if we have another Anel, if we want to use it.
Yeah, and now you do get to swing with Lucci if you want to. Dawn minus and then Galila Company. And actually swing 3 into that ISO. Yeah, which is exactly what's happening. I kind of got ahead of myself because I was trying to predict this play. Like, oh, now you need to choose whether you don't minus for Lucci or you play NL next turn. But Chopper just fixed that problem for Jake pretty much perfectly. So yeah, 6 into life, and it's
Yeah, and we can swing 2 with the Kokoro at the Izo.
That's precisely it. So you do get to demand cards from hand that way as well. Will Sakura defend this one? Because I feel like you kind of have to take it, but you don't want to be on that spot where DNLs just eat away at you. Because if you take this one, you're ending the turn on 2 life against DNL.
It's interesting that I don't know if we'll Dawn minus for the leader effect in this turn, because then we wouldn't hit 6 in the next turn, right?
Yeah, I don't think you will. Given we play the Chopper, I think we're just like setting up for another NL, and Jake is gonna keep pretending he's playing Iceburg while he's just playing Purple NL instead.
Well, there's no NLs on the field yet, so as of right now, we're playing Iceburg.
Yeah, that's very fair. Okay, so Asakura decided to let the Iso go, which means we're gonna develop board now instead. I don't absolutely hate this, but it's also not the best of spots. You are gonna end the turn on 3 life. There's no board other than Moby Dick, and you don't get buffs off of it yet. So now it's just simple swings. I guess that's going at the Lucci. Yeah, Bruno, that's the counter 1k.
That's the one Galila company card that we haven't seen yet, really showcased outside of countering.
Yeah, it's not actually done anything quite yet. And Ace, 6k.
Rush Ace coming in from that old Newgate starter deck is going to command another card out of hand, a 2k of the Iceburg. So the end of turn, taking a life, going to 3, as you were talking about.
And you do have a board in front of you. It's not a huge board, but if we do have the 6 personnel, things are going to get a bit more dicey. On the bright side of things, Iceburg is only on 2 cards in hand, plus the withdraw, so 3 cards, and he's going to remain on 2 after drawing and filtering from DNL, unless he plays another Khalifa, which could be a possibility. He reveals for no reason this, so judge, get him a warning.
It's probably just going to be it's probably going to be the card that he pitches, I would imagine. Or maybe not, actually. I mean, I think you can technically reveal it.
I don't think you can.
Right?
Actually,
can you not?
I don't think...
I was going to say you technically can, but you shouldn't.
No, but I do think it's against the rules to actually like reveal hidden information. So I don't think you can do this. Yeah.
I guess it makes sense because it is private information according to the game.
Yeah. We're not getting Jake in trouble yet, but yeah, he was very easily predicting that I was gonna call this out. Yeah, it's weird, but like One Piece is a game that's very strict about the hidden information, and you cannot like tell your opponent that you have a card, and you cannot show a card unless there's a reason for. Obviously, if you accidentally reveal a card or don't realize that your NL doesn't have to, doesn't really impact you that much. The judge might give you a bit of a slap on the wrist, but that's about it. But it is interesting because like the line with bluffs is actually kind of weird in this game. You need to be quiet about it. You can represent whatever you want, but do not reveal hidden information or reveal false hidden information either.
So not using leader effect on that turn either means that it's just the one body that we're playing on the field, but we still have the 2 cost blocker Chopper right here to be able to protect against maybe some of these swings that are going on right now. And not swinging at all to be able to activate the Moby Dick is trying to get Newgate to activate Moby Dick with his leader effect rather than giving him a free 2,000 power across the board on this turn specifically. I like the hold here for Jake.
Yep. It's okay. That just finds a 2k. This is a good board situation, but Jake does need another big body to actually make a difference here, right? Like Newgate is obviously killing itself slowly, but he's gonna be poking at you fairly easily. There's gonna be 2 swings coming your way, and you cannot afford to take both. I don't believe, as long as he develops on board. Something like a Zoro could make things a bit awkward as well, just by being an Anki swing that buffs your leader, so making defense a lot easier. So I think it's kind of up on the air. Jake only has 2 cards, so I wouldn't hate
Yeah,
to be on this spot as the Whitebeard player
I
here.
think Jake is trying to ask for him to swing at life too, not going in this like starve route at these characters like Rob Lucci. Just trying to take maybe 1 life too as like a pseudo card draw on this turn to try to build back up the hand, make sure he can play maybe like another secret rare NL on this next turn.
Yeah, that is very, very fair. I also kind of like just swinging a 6 here and asking the Iceberg player whether he wants to give you a 2k out of those 2 cards in hand and just get him into the starvation position, because now if you go 7s, yeah, they get to take both of them or give you the chopper blocker as well. So
I think that's pretty fair 2 takes, because especially if this is a rush character or anything like that. No, I think it's a Marco. Just playing a Marco on the turn, now going ahead, going down to 2 life. So now on Newgate's side, he's going to be buffed.
It's just a bit unfortunate that Marco is not going to block a lot this turn, given that Lucci is in place. But next turn,
yeah, the Lucci is a huge counter to the blocker.
Yeah, I feel like I almost liked just swinging the first attack once he takes it and not go once more, because now he does have a bit more hand size, so the NL can be protected through. And with blocker, even the Lucci might not die on the way back. And Khalifa is card advantage.
Yeah, going to be grabbing Khalifa at least. Might be something that we play down on this turn just to get a couple cards back into the hand that were in the trash.
Yep, that is going to be it. And we have given some 2Ks in this game, right? We've played over Iceburg and we have given one at least, so he will be able to recover hand size quite neatly.
I think we're sitting at 7 Dawn right now. So is going to swing 7,000 power with Lucci. Thinking about the Dawn minus is going to do that to rest the Marco, right? To be able to either pressure at lead or this ace.
This one is interesting.
Either way, just a 2k to get out of the attack.
Oh, it's going 7 at the Marco? Oh, it's resting the Marco. Okay, cool. That was slightly confusing sequencing.
Yeah, definitely resting the Marco off of the effect, but not sure where the attack is going.
We just saw a 2k being picked up in the form of a younger Whitebeard, right? So that's probably going to be the one that we give away. And now it's a 10 swing. That makes Ace meet a terrible death.
So now going in with the blocker, Nell. This one, we'll see if he uses the Dawn minus on this turn to activate the blocker. He would have to trash a card out of hand, so maybe, especially with not too many threats on the board outside of this Marco, maybe don't want to use that effect. But playing out the Khalifa is going to at least be able to grab 2 cards from the trash right now.
That is definitely it. There we go. 2Ks come back to hand, and suddenly Jake is back on 6 cards in hand, so he's very, very comfortable. Will he actually give one away to make a blocker? I think it's probably worth it this time, but he doesn't really need to either. The board is small enough not to grant it, but yeah, -1 and give 1 card. I guess if we get a free 10k, that's turning that second blocker NL from 0k into 5k, which is not bad for counter.
Yeah. Especially like just being able to like stop a lot of this aggression that Moby Dick is going to activate. Especially with some of these rushers like that starter deck ace that we saw earlier. If another one comes down on the field, well, even though it's an 8k body, it's just going to be a free block.
Yeah, and it's going to be a hard one at that. Okay. What would be the best play that Whitebeard can do on this spot? Because I do feel like probably 7 cost ace is gonna be one of the key ones, and just trying to get rid of.
Like 7 cost ace or 7 cost Zoro, one of the two. The ace could be nice because you can minus 3,000 power in 2 different places, and with your plus 2,000 power Moby Dick, now you could maybe swing at these Anels, but
yeah, that's very fair. I feel like that's kind of one of your only windows, and you do really need to remove that Lucci in order to get value of your marker, right? Like Lucci needs to go this turn, or your pressure is gonna be immeasurable. So does he have that play? It does seem like 7 don't being rested.
Ooh, it's going to be the rush ace on this one. So that minus 3,000 power, as we talked about, if directed at these Enels, is going to make them 7,000 power each, which is going to be nice. And with this ace being a 9,000 power rusher, ooh, is going to go for blocker Enel and the Rob Lucci.
Yep. He's not a 9 rusher yet, right? It's only a 7 for now because Moby Dick requires you to be on 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I was a life too early on my on my Moby Dick counts. That's because I started playing in OPO4. Never seen Moby Dick until this format.
I think that's
That
a good
makes a
thing.
lot of sense.
It's a good thing for you. I'm happy that you didn't get to experience it. I started on 5 myself, and I'm happy that I didn't get to see these shenanigans going on quite early. But yeah, I feel like the Lucci needs to go. But part of me feels like I don't want to swing with that Marco if the Lucci needs to go.
So trying to get that swing, and it is going to negate the block, is going to force either the leader or the ace to go in and swing at this Rob Lucci. More than likely, Lucci is not going to win. It's just more so now at this point of how much do you want to commit to getting rid of this Rob Lucci, especially now that your Marco is turned sideways, right? Especially with a 4-card hand. Would you rather just swing at life? It's kind of it's a weird spot, but is going in with the Ezo now swinging at the Rob Lucci, is going to Mama Ragon out of it. A perfect card, in my opinion, for that attack, at least. And we go back to the same situation of like, how much do you commit to try to get rid of this Rob Lucci?
Yeah, you kind of need to equalize it. And if you swing that 7, that chopper is immediately blocking. So then you are on a spot where Whitebeard might need to go for 7 again, but you don't have the blocker now. I really don't like swinging with that Marco first. You cannot really pivot to defense anymore. I feel like just going a 7 into a 3 early on would have been great to force either the chopper blocker, or a decision made with giving you 1k counter Mama Ragan with a block.
Think of well, if you swing 6 at the Rob Lucci, you know that there's 2 2Ks in hand?
Yeah.
And would he just save 2 2Ks?
Yeah. I feel like on this spot it doesn't really make a difference anymore because the marker's rested, right? So they get all of the control in this spot. So he can even let it go. I feel like if you go a 6, he lets it go, and then he can choose to take the life of the 7k swing into life, or he gets to block with a chopper. But basically now he has all the control on the situation, no matter how Asakura decides to swing. Yep, that's 7 again.
Yeah, I like the block there.
That is pretty much perfect, and now he's just telling him, okay, you're good for this, but you're not gonna be able to use events. So if you want to get rid of the Lucci, you need to give me that standing Dawn as well.
And even if, you do attach that 1 Dawn for a 7,000 power swing at the Rob Lucci, it could be 2K, 2K, 1K. There could be a 1K in the hand that Jake has to be able to get out of the attack and keep this Rob Lucci alive.
Yeah.
Now, you would have like almost no cards in hand, but that's one more attacker to go into you with no blockers and 0 Dawn left open. And is going to opt for the aggressive strategy of the 7, and looks like the KO is going to happen. Not worth keeping.
Yep. That is very, very fair. But now we do have 2 NL swings into a single life and no Dawn up, so you better have piled up on 2Ks. Is Jake gonna take the offensive or the defensive perspective from here? We do have one more Khalifa. I feel like you kind of take both. But if you don't have another one, you need to develop some blockers or not swing.
I mean, there are a handful of bricks in this deck, right? Not only are all the events now bricks, there's Moby Dicks that are bricks, Zoros, we revealed that earlier in the game. The 7-cost Rush Ace is a brick also, depending on how many copies Jake thinks he's running. Ezo's a set of bricks, so I don't know. I wouldn't be mad at going all in right now.
Yeah, I feel like it's quite likely, or at least just go 10 first and make him take decisions, right? Because swinging a 10 allows you to take basically 3 cards out of hand, and then you do get to do a perspective 16. But he's on 8 done for now, so he needs to done minus somewhat to actually go full lethal. Okay.
Especially with, I believe there's 6 Dawn in total right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little hard to tell. I should have been keeping track with how much Dawn there are. There's either 6 or 7, haha. Dawn available.
I think it might have been 8 actually, but yeah, the lighting doesn't really help that much. It's definitely at least 7.
We can always like attach a ton of Dawn to Ezo to go in with the swing and try to spread out the power, and then immediately Dawn minus to get back in that 6 range potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and technically speaking, you could use the blocker and L twice if you want to go for game, right? So you get to go 8 into 8 with the Khalifa, and then -2 those 2 done. If we are on 8 done, -2 those 2 done, and throw 2 cards away to actually go like probably 12, 14 with the other 2, because you wouldn't want to be going into K ranges. Ooh, we do have some chat betting going on where they say that if Iceburg wins this round, they might get a bold cut, which is interesting because this game is looking good for Iceburg, I think.
Better get the razor ready because, well, they've already won one game. They just got to win another one here. So I don't think it's totally unrealistic.
No, I do feel like there is avenues to win the game like right now. So there is that.
If Jake swings with the Anels first, I feel like he's only at 6 Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, just going to be tapping some amount. We'll see if it's 5 or 6.
6, it seems. Yeah. So we
looks like it is going to be 6. So he is at 7 Dawn total.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were on 6 and Dawn minus for the blocker and L, I guess. So that does do the trick. Blocker and L gets rid of blocker and L and a Dawn in order to go down to 6 and turn those back into 10 costs. 10 powers, sorry. It's getting slightly long on this game, so I feel like my brain is deviating a tiny bit from what it should be. And we follow up with a 6k swing with Khalifa.
Khalifa, I think just a 5k swing, going to clear the Ezo.
It's the only body that's not a 6k.
Power swing. Yeah. So the 11,000 power swing now going somewhere, might be going at the 7 cost ace.
I think so. I think it does make a lot of sense to just go in that direction, although I would probably argue you might want to just do it with the non-blocker NL, or at least the NL that cannot be turned into a blocker. But yeah. I don't love...
Yeah, he's just going to let this knockout happen.
I don't love letting that go, actually. It doesn't feel like...
I don't either.
You can win this game.
You have to commit stuff.
Mm-hmm.
His hand must be bricked up if he's considering this.
This is the spot where you really need to figure out whether you can go for lethal on the way back, but there might not be a way to go over that blocker NL. Thing is, if had Jake swung with the secret NL, this has a lot more pressure on you because it basically means the other NL gets to stay standing. Your life is going to go to 0 anyways. And they get to sacrifice 1 more card to turn it into 5k counter, right? So like on that spot, if you get the blocker NL, you're basically dead either way. Because you cannot kill him on this turn with any of your cards, even if you defend the ace. And then he does have a wide array of swingers to go at you. Well, right now, yeah, you take this life, right? Or you give the card for Marco.
He's either going to be swinging at the Marco or swinging at the life. And it looks like it is going to be the life. Just going to add that to hand as it would have anyways.
At the end of the turn, yeah. I don't like this swinging from Jake. I'm going to tell him off in person later. I know. I still love him. But this does feel like it's one of those scenarios where...
Well, it is one of those things that, like, especially with closed deck lists at the time that these matches were played out, we have the luxury of knowing that there's nothing to stop Asakura from taking a life right at the end of turn. But Jake probably doesn't know that. So going in and forcing him to maybe take the life now. Like I don't hate that with the idea of like closed deck lists.
That's fair.
Right now.
I guess you can always defend from a 9 beard coming the way back.
It's not like this has been like overly meta in the beginning conversations of this format, you know?
Yeah, no, that is very, very fair. Like 9 beard could be a thing and you could be playing around it. I still feel like the sequencing I like more the other way around because you do get to make decisions depending on whether he defends the ace or not.
Oh yeah,
and
I agree.
You get to keep both blockers standing since you want to, and 2 10k blockers basically means you're gonna stay on 2 life for this turn, and you do get to make funnier decisions going forward. So, yeah, it's fair enough. Now Sakura is in a very, very weird predicament because you need to keep that marker standing to not die. But you do need to develop the board somehow.
I wonder if Asakura has been thinking about Usohachi at all. As like a potential problem that he'll have to deal with.
That is actually very fair, and we do know Mamaragan is a thing as well. But it doesn't really seem like he has tools to play around them, and swinging with it right now, it's not going to be that great of an approach either. So,
So now going in with an Ezo, what are you searching for right now? Searching for 7 cost rush ace to maybe... No, he still has a ton of 2Ks in hand.
I mean, probably only 2 though, right? We did get some fished out last turn. We trashed... Yeah, that's probably 2 2Ks at least, or maybe 3 2Ks. Another copy of Ace could do something, but I feel like it's the only searchable card you actually care about here, right? Everything else is not great.
It's like most of your 2Ks, are not searchable in Makino and Uta. The only one is Jozu that you can find for like more counter, and stuff like Radical Beam and Distorted Future you can't find. Yeah. So I wonder what the search is trying to do.
Yeah, I do feel like the only 2 real options you have on this search is basically a Rat Beam to extend the game a bit farther, and an Ace 7 cost Ace number 2 to be able to contest the bot somehow.
You could also maybe find an Ezo, right? Ezo with that on opponent's attack of trashing a card minus 2,000 somewhere. That could be interesting. Just to be able to like make sure some of your brick cards actually have counter on them. I guess that's a searchable option in this search. So, but your best options are either like Ace or Ezo.
And I suppose
on these searches,
Marco number 2 could do some work as well, as long as we don't have Mamaragans in hand, right? And just block her up even farther. Swing with leader, maybe a 10 or 12 into a 10 or 12, I suppose, or into the Khalifa. And drain hand resources a tiny bit with 2 blockers and 2 done up. Iceburg doesn't have that good of a lethal perspective unless he manages to rest one of those Marcos, so I wouldn't hate it either. You know what? I'm gonna do us all.
I feel like Marco's just not going to really progress anything though. Like, yeah, you get a blocker out and stuff like that, but there are 3 10K bodies that are sitting on the field. Like, Marco's cool, but for a block, but I don't know if he can really like get you there.
That is very fair. Okay, I'm gonna do some editing magic because I feel like this is gonna be a very difficult decision to be made, and I do think there might be some technical difficulties, so let me just like do some time travel. Sorry guys, I'll take the game away for 1 second, and I'll try and figure out where we go from here. Okay, cool.
5 second skip, 5 second skip, 5 second skip.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, I think this one would do the trick, right? Okay, still going a tiny bit more.
Oh man, there is a lot of skips happening.
Yeah. Okay, so
I want to call the judge on this search.
Okay, so this is what you are probably figuring out. It's very confusing, but I think we did accidentally have some technical difficulties there as well. But I think
yeah.
this is the spot. Let me just double check and then we move from there. Okay, that goes away. Yeah. Yeah,
Release the files.
yeah. This is basically
Redacted.
some accidental putting the hand back below the deck might have happened. We
Yeah.
don't really know, but like this is the outcome of it. So we did find an ace. It's not the ace we were talking about. So the other ace came into place, which is
This one at least. Yeah, I mean, this one at least will get you some aggression, like on the turn potentially, and it's a sticky body, a relatively sticky body.
And it's an AK swinger now, right? So it's very dawn efficient as well. You do get basically 2 AK swings with leader and him for the lowly cost of 6 dawn, I guess, after you've searched for it. So you still have another 4 dawn to kind of work with. Just a bit unfortunate that those are 10k bodies, making things a bit more annoying to deal with. So I think maybe you play one, you swing 7 into Khalifa just to get it out of the way, and then you do get to swing a 12 maybe into one of the 10s and leave it on up. No, you don't get to do that, so just 10 into 10 and demand 1 card, I guess.
Newgate is going to swing 10,000 power. Yeah, I just don't like swinging 10 at the NLs because we know that there's 2Ks in hand that are still sitting in there from the Khalifa search.
Yeah, so you're just taxing.
But maybe, I don't know, maybe he's going at lead or the Khalifa.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're going at the Khalifa, you just start with a 7 to fish for 2 cards or the free block, right?
He's looking at taking the block here.
Yeah, which
blocking 1K would just get out of it. Blocking 2K, even better. Or, well, maybe not better, but just as good. Looks like it's going to be 1K Kaku, which we have not seen in this game.
No, I feel
Kaku
like
and Bleno have had no coverage.
It's just been an L, purple NL cosplaying a bit. We have seen a very high amount of 6 cost NLs of different types. And not a lot of Iceburg cards, actually, just Khalifas.
Yeah, just a lot of Anel and Lucci kind of deals, but is going to be going ahead and playing down Izo, it looks like. So is going to get that Dawn onto the Newgate and pass off the turn. Izo, I was talking about, kind of seems okay in this situation, right? Because it is essentially making one of your bricks a 2K.
Yeah, that is very fair, but we do have an obscene amount of bodies on board.
Yeah, I don't know if you can necessarily survive, but at least Izo will help you survive.
Yeah, that is very fair.
It's about 10 or 11 cards in hand, I think, for Newgate at this point.
It does feel like...
So we'll probably want to swing with Khalifa first before committing to any of the NLs, now that we're at 8, I believe.
Yeah, it's looking like this is very likely a swing with Khalifa for maybe 7, right? Add 2 dons to it, demand the 2K, then make both those NLs blockers, which is not going to make a difference, and swing.
You could maybe swing 8 with Khalifa just to try to get the Izo effect, but it looks like we're attaching 6 or 5 Dawn to Izo for an 11K swing, so we might just be swinging 11s across the board here.
That is very fair.
So 11,000 power over to the 6,000 power leader. Still have the Marco blocker, and we have 2 Dawn left as active. So there's plenty of ways for Newgate to try to get out of these attacks. The matter is, do we have enough cards to be able to do that?
It is
going to be multiple cards per swing.
It's going to be Rat Beam plus 2K, right? That's what you need. So we would need 2 Rat Beams, 2 2Ks, 1 block, and then a way to get out of an 11 without events.
So it looks like we're using the Izo on opponent's attack to minus 2,000 power to make Khalifa a 9,000 power attack. And then with the 2K, doesn't need another 2K to get out of the attack.
Yep.
Because we're going up to 8.
1 more 2K.
8,000 power now on a 9,000 power swing. Is it going to be a 1K ace?
Okay,
I think that matches 9. Unless the math is wrong.
Yeah, that would be 11. Khalifa's a 6k swinger, right? Or is the other one a
No,
6k?
Khalifa, I believe, was a 5.
Then this is a 10k swing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
is 10, not
Yeah,
11.
yeah.
My bad. Oh,
It's
math was bad.
it's cool. That's a 10, which basically means yeah, 5k.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jake is not happy with his swings for lethal. I'm not very impressed, but I don't disagree with the 10, I suppose.
I don't hate that. Especially because now that you've gotten the Ezo swing out, you didn't get any Dawn though, which I think is what
You
I don't
wanted.
know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because now the math is 11, 11, 11, right?
Yeah.
Or is going 12? No, just 11. Okay. I was going to say 12. I don't know if it makes sense, but 11 is cool.
I'm not a huge fan because this is just Rat Beam plus a regular 2k, right? We only fished for one 2k so far. Or that's going to be plus 2k, 1k,
Just
okay.
for the future. Yeah, we're going to have to ask for two other cards. So there's a 2K to go up to 10.
And another 2k.
Or wait, no, 9, 11. So we overcountered there.
We did over counter, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
So only 3 cards in hand right now?
Mm-hmm.
3 cards in hand right now, and you have 2 11K swings? Yeah, I think I would lock in and go all the way.
Yeah, I think you kind of need to. And now it's definitely 11-11. Like, I don't know how much I like or hate this distribution. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. 10 and 3 11s. It could be a lot worse. Now you kind of need to split them evenly. Because you do have the blocker in place, right? There is an option to just like wall up one more turn, but I feel like that is just playing into Whitebeard's hand here.
I mean, you still have a couple cards in hand, so like there are a couple potential swinging threats, but if you swing the secret rare Enel first, swing 11 with the secret rare Enel, you can get either the block or counter out. Maybe lethal is really tough right here.
I think you have lethal, right? Just because, like, unless we're doing some 3D chessing and we're getting baited, he doesn't have Radical Beam. Because Radical Beam plus 2k would have been a super clean way to get out of the 11, which is why I didn't like the 11 in the first place. It forces you to overcommit
one more card in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, and there we go, just 2k, 2k. So
those
that's
double 2k.
Yeah, that is enough to kill him. Yeah, I mean,
he did have access to a blocker. He could have just blocked there.
Yeah, he did block. Like, you could block
and maybe like
iron out.
Try to get him to, yeah, like, I mean, if he goes 12, like, you're still in the same situation that you're dead. But if you block there, you make them think even more. Maybe not go for it, but
yeah, and
no.
They do have the blocker ready too, right? So I do feel like this is a bluff situation, but it was very, very harsh, and not having the Radical Beam definitely made things a bit more complicated when it came to the results. So yeah, congratulations Iceburg, and congratulations to Beton, who might need to get a bold cut.
A haircut.
Yeah, but maybe he already had it. But yeah, no, that's good. Congrats, Jake. I'm not necessarily sure how much I like or dislike the lethal swinging, but I do feel like it was respectable. You just almost chickened out a tiny bit. I'm not gonna bully you so much for this one. We will talk about some other plays before, but that's good. Okay, so we had a really short game and a really long game. What was your favorite so far?
I think obviously the Iceburg one was my favorite. It was just really interesting to see like how the deck moves, not only with some of the new pieces like these 6 cost and Nels, but also Mamaragon on top of that, but also utilizing some of the old core pieces of the Iceburg deck, right? Of the Rob Lucci, of the EBO1 Khalifa, you know, the additions in EBO2 that never really got a showcase in the meta with the Iceburg Searcher, right? To play out Galila Company. And also just like hovering in the 6 Dawn, because right, as like a purple deck, you're, you know, gradually going up in Dawn in some situations, but like your turns in general, just getting those 2 Dawn and so aggressively Dawn minusing like every single turn to stay in that range to keep the Enels up, I thought was like kind of interesting. And it was definitely an interesting matchup that I did not expect.
Yeah, no, it was a lot more contested than I would have expected myself as well, right? And there were a lot of micro decisions that might have swung some of the games forward or backwards. So I feel like this was a lot more enjoyable because our first round, unfortunately for our friend Rene, wasn't that great when it came to
No.
it being close and contested. So yeah, no, that definitely was it. And I feel like now we have earned ourselves an actual break. I know we did a really short one before, but do you feel like taking 5 minutes now? Maybe
Yeah,
just
I'm gonna go to
breathe.
the bathroom real quick after that long one, that hour plus.
Yeah, no, it was the longest game we had today. The 2 rounds that we have left are shorter, I promise, and it's not going to be that bad. But that said, we do have some really interesting games, and we're going to do the first Sabaody sim going forward because some of the cards that Abster wanted to play on his teach list did not make it in time. I don't know why he wouldn't own the teach cards, to be honest. Like anyone that's a fan can probably tell him off. But we will get to see him playing against Dietmar on Lucy, which is a matchup that I haven't seen before either. So we will get to do some learning as well. And we will be doing that in about 5 minutes after we take a short break. This is Sabaody Showdown, collaborating with Atrocious Jake, that again, I'm super happy to have you around. And we will be right back. See you in a minute. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sabaody Showdown. It's me, Gonson. I'm here again with our wonderful guest to kick out the extra games. Atrocious, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're ready for our next game, and this is some Abster business, so I'm very excited to see how this goes. Why don't you introduce the matchup, actually? I feel like I've done it quite a bit, if you feel up for it.
I feel really curious about this matchup, right? Abster is going to be playing Teach with Dietmar is going to be playing Lucy, especially with Lucy, as we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, being the most quote unquote normal standard deck that we've got going on around right now. There's a lot of on play effects between like the Searchers, the 7-cost Sabo that Abster is going to be able to neutralize, right? Especially with Teach's leader effect. It's not really a leader that we've thought about in a while, but especially, as a floodgate style deck, when a lot of these on play decks and events and things like that become very popular in the format, that's a big place where Marshall D. Teach can succeed. And with the unbanning of stuff like Great Eruption or Ice Age, it gives Abster and Marshall D. Teach in general just a lot of opportunities to be able to have like a really good removal package, right? Being able to abuse stuff like Doc Q and Van Augur, even more minusing things of that nature. Liberation, or Black Hole is what I should call it. Black Hole. Liberation is what it is in Japanese, but the translation, the official card is Black Hole. Like that, those are going to be great cards to be able to utilize to be able to control the board in this matchup. So I'm very curious to see how this one goes.
Yeah, no, I'm with you over there. It does feel like Lucy does have a bit of a weird combination because on the one hand, you do have events, which is perfect to play into Teach because you do get to negate leader ability, but then your gameplay loop basically relies on that 7-cost Sabot doing its own play, so you're not going to be able to leverage that well, and you're going to have to balance a bit cards like your Cavendish to take advantage properly. I feel like there is a bit of a waste on tech spots because both the decks could have been targeting the other one a lot harder. Like Bartolomeo is definitely a card you would want to see against Teach from the Lucy's perspective, right? To be able to just like take one card away when it's getting removed by everything other than Black Hole. And even the 4-cost Cavendish counter could have been quite decent to have one more swinger and provide some pressure. And at the same time, the Teach list is actually fairly balanced and not tagged into anything. And we do have an interesting story about this, which is that Abster didn't realize that he would be playing into Lucy, and he assumed that Dietmar would be playing Bonney because it's his beloved deck of our signature green player number 1 or 2 in Sabaody. So we are going to get, I guess, a fair competition without any overly techy approaches to it. And I guess without further ado, we can kind of move to it. So let me just transition the views, move aside, and let's do our first sim layout for Sabaody Showdown. So I do apologize for the patchiness on it, but this is gonna be it. Yeah. Ooh, let me also mute them. We should be good to go. Okay, so we are basically seeing Abster on the bottom part of the decks, and Dietmar is in the top part. And yeah, we do see that Abster won dice roll and decided to go second.
It's going to be curious, especially with the full lead stage in the hand, right? You're going to be able to play that, be able to cycle immediately within this game, especially on your second or on your first turn going second, right? Maybe you can find something like a Lafitte to play down on the field and prep for searches in the future turns. But Dietmar is going to be able to play a Bello Betty to start out, and especially because there is no floodgate that happens before the first turn of the game, you're going to be able to guarantee search. And so now pitching the Van Augur, especially with the 5-cost Kuz on there, is going to find Doc Q. I imagine that Doc Q is going to be so important in this deck.
Yeah, it's going to basically negate the aggression of the small bodies and kind of keep things going for him, and we will see value from it pretty much immediately, right? Because that Bello Betty is fully disappearing, and long term it also helps with with some of the Rebecca's. This is funny because I guess you're not gonna kill whatever you want. You're gonna just bottom deck whatever Lucy wants. But I feel like out of this the cycle, I guess, of 1-cost protectors that we have had in this game, it does feel like Leo is one of the weaker ones, just because you do need to remove some card advantage, right? Like while Nola is insanely strong by just returning 1 Dawn, and Laboon is actually very good on just resting 2 cards whatsoever. Leo and Perona actually require that you get rid of your own resources either from board or hand, so it's not as good. Still amazing, don't get me wrong, it's a wonderful 2K, but we'll see where that goes.
And I think, especially with the double Leo, that's going to make it so hard for Abster to remove anything on this field, as we saw him get rid of the Doc Q on the search there and playing out the Burgess. The Burgess could be bottom decked by a barrier pistol in a future turn, especially because it does not have any additional power onto it right now. But I'm sure that'll change here in the future. Cavendish coming down on the field. Gonna hope to try to find a black hole, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to find one in this turn with this hand.
It does feel a bit harder to get to that point, so we're just gonna Turbo Kusan. I guess that always does the trick. Finding more 2Ks.
Grabbing a stronger here would be nice to be able to add counter, but maybe full lead could be a nice grab just to be able to utilize off the full lead stage. But no is going to go ahead and grab the 2K, go ahead and search, is going to grab the 10 cost teach. That's going to be nice to play at the 10 dawn turn. We still got 2 turns before that can happen. But at this point, you've built up the trash a little bit. Still could get bottom decked by a barrier though.
Yeah, it does feel like those are not out of the woods just yet. And we're gonna have to start using leader ability because this 7th turn is the key one where you really don't want a Lucy to be playing its Sabo, right? So immediately leader ability, that stronger, goes away. We still have plenty of 2Ks, one of them being a blocker, so a bit more flexibility. You don't need to keep all 3. And we are actually gonna swing with the Vargas that's now out of range of barrier, so it has to be a combo of power reduction plus pistol in order to get rid of it.
The good news, at least for Abster, is Lucy already down to 2 life and doesn't feel like it has a huge hand. Does have some cards, right? But only sitting with 6 in hand. It feels like it could be a lot worse at this point. But Cavendish is going to be some net draw on the swing there. But looks like going in with a Fire Fist just to be able to clear this Burgess, and it doesn't look like committing anything for it.
This would be a lot better of a play if we didn't know that Abster does have another Kusan to kind of keep things moving. And yeah, I guess this does the trick. We do have Cavendish number 2, which is going to help things out quite heavily. And we now have some interesting options.
Passing up on the black hole to play or to grab a 6 cost Kuzan now has a bunch of different searches that are going on right now. These Burgesses are going to be 8,000 power in total, and now we've got 2 teaches in the hand to be able to utilize in the coming turn starting next turn.
Yeah, and this is a very, very hard spot for Dietmar because he will need to give natural counter. We're here, 2K, 1K, and now we get to demand one more 2K, I suppose. Although, given we just ate a double 2K out of that swing, I do feel like you just swing a 5 and leave 1 don standing for creative purposes. Yeah, that's very fair. Now is where things get interesting, right? We do have double active Cavendish in the process. I can kind of only define that somehow in this matchup. It's not what we were picturing early on at all. But Leo has done the work.
I'd be really curious in this turn if we like swung in with these different Cavendishes, try to get the 2Ks out of hand, and then went in something like a will you let me eat the flame fruit to try to get like a double attack with the leader on like a small hand size, considering that we know that 2 of these cards in the hand right now for Abster are bricks in the 10 cost each.
That is actually very fair, and you can get rid of one of the Burgesses or at least freeze it for a long time. So I wouldn't hate that at all.
So now going in with these swings is going to go ahead, take the life, go down to 2. But 7 cost Sabo going to be coming in. No play effect from an event on hand because of that black hole flooding. And with the full lead is going to get a Lafitte on the field. Going to be nullifying on that activate main the ability of the leader. So now not only nullifying the blocker, but now can't utilize leader effect to be able to get events out of the hand or stages to be able to get some extra power. And so the first Burgess swing of 9,000 power is going to net the block on the Rebecca, and the second one coming in is going to have to command 2 2Ks out of hand, but lets it go.
Yep, that's not quite enough for it. I guess 1 event plus 1 2K would have been enough, but that is somewhat telling because we did get rid of a block. We did give 3 2Ks before. So chances are that we are actually very, very low on 2Ks now, and Dietmar doesn't have counter power. But we'll see whether my guess is right or not. This is not looking very bright for Lucy, though.
So the thing is, if you have another blocker on the field, you'll be able to. If you have another blocker on the field, you'll be able to have one blocker that might be negated from the other 10 drop Newgate. But yeah, I think we're almost at this point right now where, like, in this matchup specifically with Black Hole being such a factor, that the Burgesses are just going to stick. They're going to be big bodies that are constantly going to be swinging every single turn. So I feel like you're losing control of this game fast. Only 2 cards in hand right now, 3 after the Cavendish.
Yeah, it's definitely not the easiest spot to be on. Obviously, Teach is also dwelling on hand size. He's had to be using leader ability for a while and even give some counter on the previous turn because Lucy did have some staying power with the Cavendishes. But things are gonna get a bit more complicated. And this is a very good swing sequencing, right? Because if that Sabo gets the free block, you do get to contest it with a 10k pretty much immediately, so you just need to naturally counter this one, and now it feels like it's going to be, yeah, take one life, free block the other one, and kind of move on.
So now he's thinking about swinging with the 10 cost Teach, but opted not to just because of the low hand size, right? Any sort of double attack or something of the sort could get punished very easily.
Yeah, and there's no incentive to it anymore. Like, if one of those Sabos had free block, you definitely just swing into board with it, but now things are a bit trickier. Okay.
It was just going to free block with the first one, especially with these 7 cost Sabos. Like, the more that they block, the harder it's going to be. But minusing the 8,000 power is going to make this Teach die if he decides to block here, especially on this attack.
This is double.
But you have no... Yeah, I think these are just easy takes because you don't... I guess the only thing could be if another 2 cost Fire Fist came down, but a pass comes in.
Oh, we find the third copy, and that is not great news for...
Yeah, Abster is just chilling right now. He is not worried.
Not at all. Board presence is gone, or life is just gone altogether.
Can keep the minus 8,000 power Teach as active just to be able to block. And again, these Burgesses are just going to be coming in and swinging, especially being 10,000 power in total from the Burgesses at that Cavendish. It's really hard to block even with the Sabos right now.
Yeah, I feel like this time is very weird, and we will see whether he blocks by the usage of the stage, right? Because he will need to 2k first or with that stage to buff the blocker Sabo and then block, which can be very unforgiving, and everyone needs to look out for in regional sequencing with Lucy countering is actually kind of weird, so beware. Yeah, there we go. So stage first, block, and 2k.
Does get out of that. But now going into this turn, right, no on play effects. Roger is going to come in now that we're at 0 life. This is actually going to be a big deal, actually. We might win because of Roger right here, because now our blockers are useless.
Yeah, that does feel like we are gaming, and that's going to be lethal for Dietmar in a very surprising turn of events that pretty much nobody could have predicted, but that's one
the biggest part is those Cavendishes living, right? Especially, I mean, we saw like what was it, 4 or 5 different draw 2 trash 1s. That's 8 different cards that we saw just off of that alone, besides of the draw for turns or anything of the sort in that situation, in that game, to help find the Roger, right? An unsearchable card.
That's precisely it. And we do get to experience one of the many benefits of this team right now, in the fact that they already kind of carry on and move forward, right? Like, there's no need to shuffle for 5 minutes. There's no need to chit-chat anymore. So we're going to get straight to game 2 and kind of see where it goes. Game 1 goes to Dietmar in a surprising turn of events, actually. Yeah.
Definitely a clutch situation, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. He did know how to play for Roger, and we might or might not criticize Abster going for it this way and allowing himself to get locked out of the game through Roger, but yeah, very tricky situation.
It's a good learning experience.
I think he's on
Well, once
chat.
again,
Maybe he has some opinions. Yep.
he said he bet on Detmar winning, so he had to throw. That is, well, actually, I don't know if that's illegal in Europe. Just kidding.
I feel
But
like
anyways, gonna go in with a Burgess, play that on the field, just establish that body, leaving that Leo there. I don't know if I ever want to utilize Doc Q. I mean, this 5 here at a barrier pistol just absolutely stinks right now. Ooh, but no, is gonna get the Cavendish down.
Oh yeah, that's good war
Ooh,
development.
with the 6th on though, what you could do is you could go in with the Doc Q and Black Hole method. Well, now you can't anymore. I was
Mm-mm.
gonna say you could Doc Q to try to get rid of the Leo and force itself to bottom deck itself to then Black Hole the Cavendish to get rid of it, right? Because the protection effect would go away.
Yeah, but Leo
Or
lets
actually, no,
you
you could
bottom deck
just bottom deck
anything.
the.
Violas.
You
Yeah.
could. Oh yeah, you could do the Viola. Never mind. See, this is why he's a better player than me.
I mean, to be honest, he's a better player than most of us on Teach, at least.
Yeah.
After is definitely got the reps and the right skill set for it. But I do agree with you that I feel like game one we might have underutilized a bit the Doc Q, and there could have been a window on the second turn to actually go in that direction rather than just like Turbo Vargas.
Just
But
the Leo in a lot of different bodies just makes this so difficult, I feel like.
yeah, no, that's definitely the case. You do have a window for it. You basically need to respond it pretty much immediately and then kind of move on, but it is rough. You do have the chance to like black hole the Leo itself and then one of the Violas, but that is not where you want to be. So ugh.
Keeping this Burgess alive after one of them got bottom decked is going to go down to 2. Found a great eruption in hand. Is trying to think about maybe the Dawn split. I would imagine that you swing at this Cavendish, right?
Yeah, that's the
It's
money.
going to go 10,
2
10
case.
at 6 with no stage. Yeah, would have to be a lot. So let's that go.
Yeah, that does make a total amount of sense. And I don't actually hate that much the playing for Docu here, but you do have the Kusen, so I guess you just go for the Kusen play anyways and get some card advantage going on. This is the turn where there is a need to stop the Sabo from playing something, so we're going to have to lead their ability for sure. And yeah, removal is just not going to be part of the game plan this time around.
Yeah, I like holding the Kuzan as well for potentially finding another Burgess off of full letter, maybe Lafitte even in the next turn. Another Cavendish coming down for Ditmar over here is going to have 5 done left. So no 7-cost Sabo. You love to see that if you're Amster, but these Cavendishers are still going to provide a problem if you can't get rid of them.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all to work it out, but we'll try our best. Okay.
The double Rebecca is tough.
It is not where you want to be, that's for sure.
Yeah, sculpting the hand a little bit while also making them little blockers that can be protected by Leo for any removal, but is going to go ahead, pop the Kuzan, does find the Burgess off of there, so is going to get Van Auger on the field right now. So with the full 10 Dawn, now you have to decide between Burgess and Teach. Burgess would be able to be a threatening body in the future turns, but Teach shuts off the Cavendish. So I think really having a hard time deciding which one he wants to do, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I do like the fact that we do get to freeze that Cavendish. And life is actually fairly low, so yeah. Now getting things frozen it means that Dietmar won't be able to keep digging for more Sabos, and you can chain them next turn and just play the offense. But I do bet that he's fairly scared of any Roger situations repeating themselves. So you do need to tread very carefully here. And yeah, we are.
Is going to go ahead and utilize Fire Fist to minus the Teach yet again. The good news is if you're Abster right now is there's not really any attacking threats besides this leader on the field. This is only going to take 1 life if you allow it to go.
Yeah. And there we go. That is a okay. That's very, very convenient as well. And
ooh, the other Fire Fist going down because he's at 2 or less life is going to negate that Blackbeard. Still got another one in your hand to use if you want.
This is very hard though, because it does feel like we are nearing a similar spot. Do you swing now? You could die to Roger through Blackbeard here, right? It's just not quite enough.
I don't know if you can die to Roger if you play 10 cost each, because you do have 2k, 1k, 1k in hand. Because there's no other attacking threats if you play 10 cost each down on the field right now.
Yeah, that is fair. And you get to not use
It would
leader
have to
ability,
be like,
but you kind of have to stop him from playing the Sabo turn too, right? You cannot really
Yeah.
afford not to. So you would have 2k, 1k, 1k maybe at the end of the turn.
yeah, I don't think you die if a Roger comes down on the field.
No.
Because he has such a low hand size that even dumping the hand, right, it would only
Yep.
be like a 3-card hand that he would have, and you can counter to 9. So I think you're fine swinging this. Actually, no, it would be 4 cards because of the life if he takes here.
Yeah. So now that kind of comes down to it, right? Like if he does draw, if he has all events on Royan in hand, you are on a very, very weird spot. So now you need to decide, do I play around Sabo or do I play around Royer plus 4 events?
I think you're all right playing around Roger.
It's a lot likelier to not die to Roger than it is to just like get blown up by a very good Sabo play here.
I think asking for 4 events plus Roger is a lot in this hand. It would be the perfect hand.
Okay, so that's
we'll see.
2 events.
No, yeah, only doing 2. Yeah, you can get out of this. You're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
But now your Burgess can go down. But I guess you don't have enough blockers to be able to survive in there. So yeah. Yeah, I think asking for 4 events plus Roger in a 5-card hand is really tough.
Yeah, no, it is definitely the right play out of the 2, and you cannot really afford to play around both of them. So yeah, that's 1-1 in a very quick, actually, turn of events, I'd say, where we haven't really... Oh, sorry, let me just go to the breakover like really quickly while I update the winning parts on the sim layout.
And I think kind of the key difference in that game that we saw is the value of Cavendish, right? Cavendish really only got like 1 swing in game 2 in comparison to game 1 where he's swung it like 5 or so times, right? So I think that was kind of a big deal, especially keeping that card advantage right there. But kind of the same things that we saw from Abster in that game of like utilizing leader effect, prioritizing a lot on Burgess, kind of felt like the same thing in a lot of situations.
Yeah, no, it's been quite interesting. Like the matchup does feel like it has a lot of intricacies that you both need to be quite careful around. Although I do believe that the only game plan Lucy really has is to actually steal the game with Roger. So as long as you can play around it properly and do some educated guesses around the hand size and how high they can go, that should be absolutely fine. But yeah.
Not going to be playing down a Leo in this turn on the 2-Don turn is going to be big news for Abster. He's going to be continuing to search, can only grab this 10 cost each in this search. Definitely kind of feels bad, I think, right here, especially with the 2-Don. Play out the Dock Q. You could play out the Dock Q, right, to be able to set up potentially a Cavendish coming down, because with only 4 Dawn, right, only Cavendish can come down. No Leos at this point, but is just going to play a Dressrosa Kingdom stage. You'll love that right now.
Okay, and now we do have that Viola that's probably going to meet a terrible fate. Either her or Leo, I suppose. It's dealer's choice again, but I do like the fact that this dog is actually going to eat away a swing, right? And you're kind of forcing them to bottom deck the Rebecca if they want to contest the dog queue properly. I guess you could swing with Rebecca, but that's also not ideal from your perspective. So yeah, we try and remove the Leo. That removes the Viola. And we move
Not
on.
finding a 4-cost Burgess out of any of this right now. So might go with the My Era Begins on this full lead search just to be able to keep digging.
And he arrives just a tiny bit later than you would have wanted him to be there. And Lafitte maybe finds another Lafitte, I suppose.
Both players having a little bit slower of a start. It's just that Abster is accelerating his game plan just a little bit better, just simply because he can continue digging with his deck.
Mm-hmm. Will he drop? Yeah, we're gonna go for card advantage here, and now there's like two things that Dietmar wants to swing into, so it's gonna slow things down a tiny bit, right? Like we do want the Lafitte gone for sure, and we do want the Docu gone as well, but it's very, very awkward the fact that we kind of have to swing twice. So one of them is effectively a blocker, and you don't want to be swinging with Leo either.
Ooh, is maybe going to go for the double removals, just swinging at the Lafitte right there with the Rebecca opting out of the block, and now swinging at Doc Q is going to make it a little bit harder for Abster to remove stuff on the field.
Yeah, things are not that simple. We full of lead, removing a full of lead to find, yeah, I guess some searcher, and we do find the second OQ. It is actually not too bad now.
I feel like once Leo comes down on the field, you kind of opt out of Doc Q, and because that's kind of what it feels like Abster's been doing. It's just like as soon as that Leo comes in, he's not thinking about Doc Q anymore. He's not thinking about removal, and he's just thinking about building the Burgess.
Yeah, I do agree with you, but I don't absolutely hate the play before where you did get to like swing into the Rebecca and then just Doc Q plus Black Hole to remove both the threats, right? But the hand size is big enough that it's not where you want to be, so it is a bit tricky. If it goes away,
Burgess being a 10,000 power character now, it's just going to be super good to be able to keep him out on the field, right? You can't get rid of him this turn.
Yep.
Ooh, Memento coming in for another draw to pitch a Cavendish again. That means he has another Cavendish in hand, a third one?
It probably will be the case, because if we have started there, maybe we are Cavendish flooded.
Maybe like to see the Cavendish draw before playing Memento, just to be able to give yourself like more options in this hand. Unless he was dead set on playing Memento first.
Oh, actually, we are on game 3, right? Like, I feel like I have been informed that they might have restarted game 3 at some point, so maybe something weird happened here. Yeah, I think this is exactly what happened. So that was a misclick from Dietmar, I think, on the sequencing for Memento. Yeah, so they're just gonna restart the game. I do apologize for everyone. Abster was a gentleman and decided to replay the game. So we're gonna get to revamp on time and kind of move on. Yep. Yeah, I did forget about this. Sorry, it's been a long night, and I did know this, but like I'm not used to Sim just automatically starting the next game. So we'll get better at it if this happens again. I will also tell off Abster for being on the Sim in the first place. So good gentlemanly, and we change things. Full of lead that gets rid of a burgers to keep searching.
So now at least, again, you've established full lead right to be able to continue to cycle in the game. Doc Q going to be coming in and going to make a choice, right? Bottom decking Rebecca means that there's no little pesky 0-drop blocker, or 1-drop blocker, I should say. Yeah. That's on the field right now for Lucy in future turns, and is going to definitely force maybe some swings in, right? Yeah. You didn't have to take a life on this turn.
That's it. It's basically just doing the blocker, but at 0 cost in hand, right? Because you do get to remove a body, eat a 5k swing, and immediately draw a card. Sabo is an interesting play over there. I do feel...
Yeah, I mean, especially, you'll love seeing the Sabo, especially if you don't want to do any more removal tactics, right? At this point, it's not a Cavendish, it's not going to be card recursion, and you know that this like 5k swing is going to net a card out of hand to be able to really punish, I feel like.
Yeah.
The hand's going to be shortened like it was in game 2.
There we go. The Vargas hits the floor, and that is exactly what you want to be doing here. He's right out of bearer range as well, so unless we have a 2-card combo, he's going to be sticking around for a bit longer, and we do have one more copy of Kusen to move forward. Teach gets to build hand size first now. You take the life very happily if you get swung into, I think, on this spot. And from this point on, you do get to stop the Sabos, so... Abster does seem to be in control so far. Let's see whether maybe a Memento Mori play can help here. Memento
So just
play.
a regular 5K swing is going to either net a life or gain a 1K. The Sabo will swing as well, more than likely as a 5,000 power. Ooh, okay. Oh, now you're in the driver's seat as Abster right now. Committing 3 Dawn to the Leo to swing 5, just an easy 2K out of that one. You're still at 3 life and playing down another 2K as well on top of it. Ooh, this is looking bad.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be whatsoever.
I know a 6 Dawn turn is kind of awkward for Lucy players, right? Because you can't play the 7 cost Sabo, but this has been disastrous so far.
Mm-hmm. And now the 7 cost Sabo is not going to do anything other than being a blocker, so things are getting very, very skewed towards the Teach player. Yeah. That is
just swinging
6.
6,000 power. Could be another 2K to get out of this with plenty of caribous in hand. I feel like this could be an easy counter.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you're not worried about the Leo swinging anymore. So you're just chilling. And now as 8,000 power bodies, maybe try to go to 9 with leader effect, full of lead, and my era begins.
Oh, this is exactly where you want to be. That's going to be demanding something. Swing it at it. Obviously, the Belovetti is the main offender over there. That's going to immediately swing into it. But we are in a very, very comfortable spot when it comes to those purchases. They're 9K. They get to contest the Sabo. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to give up another card if you want to be able to block and save those bodies. So is going to go down to 1 life here. Another 9,000 power swing is going to block in 1K out of it, 2K with the Viola.
Ooh, and we do have a blocker, so like even through Fire Fist, we might be able to defend the board quite easily.
And especially because the Caribou does have a little bit of power on it. If a 2-cost Fire Fist were to come in to maybe minus one of the Burgesses, it has to minus the Caribou to be able to KO it, right? Because it KOs 0 power.
Yeah.
So that's going to be very nice.
That's not going to be doing the trick quite well. We do defend with Lafitte. And now what? Sabo is not really fixing your situation. I guess you can preemptively drop a Roger, but I don't think that's where you want to be either. You might die on the spot to a Teach, so you really need to drop one more blocker here.
Yeah, I think you have to play a blocker, and I think maybe even if you commit with the 7 cost, like you have to keep one blocker up almost.
You need both
because
of
there's
them.
going to be 3 Burgess swings. Because as soon as you pass off the turn, the 10 cost comes down, negates one of your blockers. Oh, he is going to play Roger. Okay, that Roger, this is going to be the only swing that Roger gets this game.
Yep. That's just getting blocked. And now...
and especially checking to make sure that Dimar has 1 life left, right, and not 0, means that he was not going to lose the game on that swing.
Double check, like skill check on Abster, who actually made sure, and as we can see, he hovered over the amount of life just to be fully sure.
And here's another thing too, is because the Caribou blocked, now these Burgesses are at 10,000 power, right? So the Sabo couldn't even swing at the Burgesses to force another card out of hand.
Yep. And now this is game. There's no way to get out of 10Ks here.
He's just going offensive all out for a game right now. The 5K out of that attack, and now 3 10,000 power swings. We could maybe dump the hand and go an 11,000 power swing right here, but that's just going to be a GG's, and Abster wins 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, that is congratulations, Abster. We do get the first sim round of Sabaody pretty much immediately out of the game. So yeah, good stuff. And congrats. I do feel like this is Teach's favor to an extent, but it was quite interesting to at least see some avenues and some things you need to be careful around. The game was low, this third one, which I feel is fair after the restart, because Teach was already on the driver's seat. At least if I predict the next couple of turns correctly. So that is game. Congratulations, Abster. So as a bit of a summary, we've had 3 matches so far. The 3 winners have been Abster on Teach right now, beating Dietmar on Lucy. Jake on Iceburg, beating Asakura on Classic Whitebeard. And game 1, we did get Mary to completely obliterate Rene, playing Yellow NL into Lucci, which is kind of a 180 from the previous expectations we had of the game. So yeah, 3 matches. Interesting games, different formats. Some sim and some webcam. And we do have one left. How are you feeling,
I'm
Jake?
feeling pretty good, and I'm excited to see this one as well. Like I talked about at the beginning of the stream, Doflamingo, right? Blue Doflamingo being part of our last match within this day in here. Not only gets that 4-cost Jinbei back to be able to play out this 7 Warlords of the Seas, but also still has access to stuff like Red Rock, 3,000 Worlds to be able to bottom deck things. So I'm really curious to see how this goes. Especially in the Bonney matchup where Red Rock could be so good on some of these big bodies, and especially like on a 10 on turn going Red Rock and leader effect to be able to still play out another character is I'm really curious to see how Doflamingo Green Bonney goes.
That is a very fair question. Actually, I think it's kind of tricky because on a regular tournament, when Doflamingo has to be a very specific deck list that's generalistic, you do get punished sometimes with Bonney. But I feel like if you do know what you're playing around, you do get to tweak your list a tiny bit, and that could help things out a bit. So we will get to see it, I suppose. Let me just fix these things up. Do you want to take a small break, or you're good to go? I am pumped after this game, so I am.
I'm good to go if you're ready to go.
Okay, cool. So let me just like fix up the naming on our overlay, and we should be good to go momentaneously. And I know the audience cannot, but you can see the game as well, right? You can pre-see that we're gonna have Melody on the left and Prouder on the right, playing Doflamingo and Bonney. So yeah, everyone on chat ready for the next game too? Let's go for it. Okay. One thing I'm gonna be doing as we talk about this is update the deck lists, because it's not something we had. I normally have a couple minutes for it, so just give me 1 second and I will post the deck lists. Have you got
especially with Green Bonney, like being able to not only rest things, but has access to not only freezing, some protection effects against some of the blue removal that I talked about earlier. And with like the last couple sets, just like some really interesting cards dating back, like OP13 getting the 6-cost Law, which is such a good card in my opinion. Megalo, also an option to be able to remove things. Like there's a lot of like really curious cards that this Bonney can play within this matchup that can really like try to turn the tide.
No, that is definitely the case, and we do see some interesting options. Megalo's not on the cards, and I do feel like, again, we didn't take very hard for the matchup, but there are some interesting possibilities. Sorry, there is a Megalo, but just one, like we didn't go super heavy. Laboon might actually do a lot of work. One of the main problems of this matchup back in the days was that they did get to basically Trafalgar Law your Tashigi back to hand, followed up by a removal of a 6-cost Red Rock into your Kid or Doflamingo or whatever big monster you had in place. Now Prouder is running not only 3 Tashigis to protect from that, but also 4 Laboons. So it's going to be all but impossible to actually remove everything all the time.
One card that I feel like is going to be huge within this matchup is the Perona from OP14, right? That 5-cost, 6,000 power Perona, being able to say 2 of your opponent's characters with a cost of 5 or less can't be rested, not only negates potential blockers that Doflamingo may play down, but also just bodies in general, right? As Doflamingo is a huge 4-cost, style deck.
Yeah, that card does feel like it's one of the biggest additions we've had in green in a long time. It's both aggressive and defensive. It just kind of buys an insane amount of time. And yeah, it's one of the main ways green decks have had to even interact with Emo, right? Because it did let them keep the blockers kind of out of the way and keep the defenses up once we reach the tendon. So it's awesome. And it also gets to play something if it somehow gets removed in combat. So yeah, no problems whatsoever. Especially powerful in combination with Trafalgar Law 6-cost blocker. Well, 6-cost conditional blocker, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like if you have a Perona on the field, but you don't have another one to play on the field, if you have 6-cost Law, you could just pick that Perona up and put it back down. All you would need is just one.
Small apologies for the layout. I will quickly fix this because
looks like Jim Doflamingo playing Sengoku to start out to search for 7 Warlords of the Sea. Finding that 4-cost Jinbei is going to be really nice to activate, your different effects, swarm out the field later in this one. And Bonney playing out that 1-drop Bonney right there. We'll see if they decide to use it, but no, just passes off the turn.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Okay, cool. Let me just quickly transition. The stream should be now properly centered. We have had some different amounts of videos this week, so the overlay has been evolving to them. But yeah, there we go. And Goku gets rested.
Doflamingo did go with the 7,000 power swing at lead. Bonney taking it, but did blind flip into a Jozu. So now we know that Jozu's at the top of the deck. That's going to not be the worst case scenario, I feel like, if you're the Doflamingo. Obviously, you want to play a body out on the field, but now it kind of forces this Bonney right now to play a protection effect of some sort. We talked about Laboon, Tashigi in there to be able to keep maybe like a 5-cost Cavendish on the field, with Jozu. So going to be interesting to see. Double Searchers is going to grab 6-cost Trafalgar Law, as we talked about. That'll be nice to play in the coming turns.
That card is amazing at generating value on board presence. You do get to bounce one of your little bodies to really ramp up the pressure on your opponent. And with the Verona we mentioned before, it basically gets to stop all the offensive from the opponent and swap the tempo around in your way, pretty much. We do see Bonney number 1 die, and Jinbei is back. This is one of the cards we've all been missing for a long time. It did feel like that ban list was maybe excessively wide when we did get this, but Doffy was incredible on the meta, and I do understand why we didn't want to see this on the standard regulation. However, very happy he's back on extra.
So playing out a Dracu Mihawk off that Jinbei is not going to be the ideal target, right? Especially when Bonney has a leader effect that'll just rest something. Now you've got to decide between your leader effect and also the Dracul Mihawk, having that draw 2, trash 2 ability. But Bonney now playing that 6-cost Trafalgar Law to get the Cavendish on the field is just going to pass the turn after playing the 1-drop Bonney back onto the field that he picked up earlier with the 6-cost Law.
Yeah. And now is when things get a bit more interesting, right? Because we do get some level of swinging that can happen over here. Probably, 16 to the Cavendish with Dracul to draw 2 and trash 2. Filter hands a tiny bit on Melody's side of the board. We'll see what he trashes, but this demands a counter card from Prouder, who pretty much has it ready to go immediately. And he will be
ready
resting.
to utilize the leader effect to rest the Doflamingo, so you can't spam out characters onto the field. Maybe looking Doflamingo at an angle of another 4-cost Jinbei.
Yeah. And there we go now. We do counter with a Bonney blocker. And Yang is pretty much ready to use his Kyosu that we had before. And probably bounce back the rested lead so that any swings coming our way are gonna be coming directly at lead and increasing our hand size. You're basically enforcing the starve from your opponent's side because there's no longer anything to swing at. And I guess the cost is just the fact that you're not going to be able to draw 2 trash 2 anymore with Mihawk next turn, but it's definitely worth the decision. So let's see what Bonney gets to do next. We search.
Bonney off that search, finding Kid Killer. That's going to find another Supernova kind of card if we wanted, but more than likely playing the Cavendish down onto the field, or Trafalgar Law actually, to maybe get the Cavendish back down onto the field. Picking up the Searcher Bonney, now restanding 2 done, is going to have 3 in total. Perfect to use 2 for the Bonney yet again, so we just keep searching with these Bonnies.
That's pretty much everything that's happening. That is not a bad card either. I do feel like the timing on it is not that great, but there are some lists of Doffy that could play the 1-cost Trafalgar Law blockers, and Apu can really ruin their life when that is the play. So on blind deck list knowledge, it's definitely worth picking up a 2K with extra utility. Okay, we now do have something to actually contest the board now in the shape of Josu. So 18 to Cavendish seems like the way to go from here. And that's going to cost us our leader ability 1 more. I do feel like Melody is not being fortunate enough to use it this game whatsoever.
Yeah, just neutralizing the leader ability as many times as possible in favor of trying to remove the board, especially because Trafalgar Law is not labeled as a blocker yet, right? Doesn't fill
Hmm.
that one life or less condition on it. So we'll see how he decides, but just lets it go. Not really contesting a ton. And now a 5K swing over at the Bonney is just, again, going to try to clear the board a ton.
Hmm. And now instead we are moving towards the Sengoku situations. What are we looking for on this
And
spot? Like, what would be the best
I
card to be picking up?
I feel like we're almost trying to find like either Jinbei or a Jinbei target, right? To be able
Hmm.
to swarm out onto the field, especially because we're not getting our leader effect off. Just one character per turn doesn't feel as good, but it looks like another Jozu coming in to remove Trafalgar Law.
Hmm. I mean, the bright side is that we now get to pick both, right? We picked the Jinbei on search 1, and now we will gonna pick the Jinbei target on search 2, which, yeah, means we have a very decent hand size. The opponent will be able to now swing with his law into one of our bodies if we want to, but that means that we can swing back at it and keep control of the board.
Looks like grabbing that premium collection Weevil.
Mm-hmm. So Jimbe we will list on the cards going next, and hand size is insane. I keep forgetting how good this deck was, just maintaining a very healthy hand size while developing the board.
Yeah, especially because there hasn't really been like card minus because we've kept picking up the one cost Bonnies, putting them back down onto the field to like gain a card. It's
Mm-hmm.
been really interesting to see like the amount of constant recursion, and we see it yet again. Just another Bonnie coming in for 2 Dawn, just trying to find another card. Grabs a PRBO2 Bonnie.
Mm-hmm. So I do generally like that card a lot, but it does feel like in this matchup it's a bit more tricky because they do get to Trafalgar Law it back to hand and negate your leader ability if you get a bit greedy. So it's basically just a 3-cost blocker against blue Warlord of the Sea decks.
So still with, I believe, 8 Dawn in total. Could play something like the 8-cost Dracul Mihawk to establish a big body on the board if we wanted to. Starts out with the 5K at lead.
I also
Or at the Jinbei.
don't dislike that much using a Nuta to start like chipping up at board either. If we want to, like, it would be a relatively good use of Dawn. You do get to restand, you do get to rest the Sengoku, and then swing probably like a 7 into Jinbei and a Sengoku. So that could be an option too, but no. Mihawk would be great.
7,000 power at the Jinbei is going to take it down. Another 6 for another Trafalgar Law because that did get bounced back into our hand. Is going to play Carrot down to be able to stun the Jozu. So that, once again, really only going to be 1 swing per turn for Doflamingo.
Mm-hmm. And now is when things get a bit more interesting because he does need to get the carrot out of the way or it's going to be extremely game warping for Doffy. So we might need to swing a 10 into it with Josu. And it does feel like he's just set 3 down aside, so I might be reading Melody's mind a tiny bit. Feel like any lower you're gonna get the cut. So yeah, we go 10 into 6. That's demanding 3 cards out of hand, which probably you will let go.
I think you're honestly okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
And a third Jozu has hit the field. Third Jozu hitting the field, picking up another Trafalgar Law. Now the Sengoku coming down yet again. And we're just doing a lot of searching. We're putting a lot of Jozus on the field right now that can only be really be answered to Carrot at this point.
Yep, that makes things a bit more difficult. I feel like both of them have mastered the art of having an enormous hand size, and they're very comfortable with them, right? Like, Roder didn't even hesitate about giving 3 out of those probably 11 cards he has in hand in order to defend the carrot. So, like, we do know exactly what's gonna be happening here. And he's very, very comfortable with the level of aggression here. 3 Josus is scary, though. Those are big bodies that get to contest you kind of easily. And yeah, you need to chip away at hand size too. So maybe this is the turn of swinging 7 into one of the Josus and playing low again. But it doesn't feel like that's what's gonna happen.
Reestablishing Cavendish on the field, playing it basically down for 3 because you restand 2 on the on play effect. Still has 7 Dawn to work with at this point. Was thinking about swinging 7 with the 6-cost Trafalgar Law earlier, and we do know that there is a 6-cost Trafalgar Law in the hand because it keeps going back and forth between the field and the hand. But playing down a Trafalgar Law right now, I don't know, would feel great. So going to be stunning that Jozu right there with another carrot, and the Bonney coming down on the field, just passing off the turn, leaving one Dawn open because we don't have another Dawn to be able to search and use leader effect.
This is pretty much what you want to be seeing. Do we have any good tools to deal with the board? It does feel like we're just gonna play our game the way we want to here. Jinbei into Weevil could work out, although it's gonna come at the expense of Sengoku. And we need to see some possibilities. I'm still kind of a bit mad at the fact that we've not seen the Doflamingo leader ability yield any board advantage yet between the first flop and
I think that's just something that happens within this matchup, because the leader ability can be so good to be able to play out so many different bodies on the field for low amounts of Dawn. So the double 7K swing is going to connect both times, putting Bonney down to 2, still building up the hand.
Okay, we're not playing over that Sengoku whatsoever, and we will red rock the carrot, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I would assume the carrot because that's the biggest thing that can deal with our board right there. And I mean, I feel like you're kind of okay with a carrot, especially if you're going to start playing big bodies down on the field now. That's one less red rock you have to worry about.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Bonney's spot is actually a bit complicated because you do want to start contesting board now, but he still is facing a huge amount of cards in hand, and you cannot really afford to be swinging too hard without your board getting obliterated on the way back either. That's the second blocker Bonney we've seen in hand. We can drop a couple, I suppose, but there's not been a single Trafalgar Law forecast played this game yet, so that might make things a bit more awkward when it comes to those blockers.
We could utilize like a 10-cost Doflamingo on this turn potentially if we restand some Dawn with Cavendish.
Yeah.
But it's a little awkward because you'd have to restand some Dawn, go in with the Doffy, and then you don't have any Dawn.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
8-cost kid is going to be nice.
Especially if we do get to play one of our defenders when playing it down.
So is going to be swinging 7 at one of the Jozus, it looks like. Just a 1K counter out of that. Now using Kid's effect to rested to play a 3-cost or less onto the field. Looks like it's going to be a Bonney, not a protection effect. So another Red Rock would be able to bottom deck and punish it, but is going to be at least a blocker to be able to restand a Dawn. Maybe try to feint some use of counter events in this deck.
Han says it's big, so we do need to see at the very least a Red Rock. I guess Gravity Blade wouldn't be horrible either if you manage to get the blocker and swing at it. Maybe a 10 or a couple of 8s. But yeah, no, we just Red Rock it. The whole game plan goes out the window, and now there's more board contestant to be happening. Board is healthy on the Doffy side, so I don't think there is a need to use leader ability. Yeah, I'm very fine.
Yeah, I don't think you're necessarily needing it. And right now, you're really just asking for them to utilize leader effect on one of these Jozus, right? Especially as you go down to 1 card left in life.
Yeah. We're not going to be swinging at the Cavendish, so it's just going to be demanding some hand size, and that's going to be a block plus 2K with Law.
Thinking about blocking with the Bonney first. I wouldn't mind the block with the Bonney first, because then it asks for Dawn to be attached onto these characters to try to commit more counter for the blocks. But now swinging at the Bonney lets that go. And here's the thing, like about this this deck is your protection effects are not searchable, right? In combination with the kids. So that's kind of one of those things. We've seen a lot of Bonney searching and sculpting the hand a little bit, but we haven't seen raw draw, which this deck just doesn't necessarily have outside of the secret rare Bonney.
That's 6 into Cavendish. Yep. I guess 8 into Cavendish
out of there. We might see a blind flip.
Yeah, I think this is the turn for the blind flips. And
The blind flip is going to get Dracula Mihawk over the Sengoku, and at least you got a body there, right? Dracula Mihawk not being the most ideal body, but it is something.
Yeah, and that demands 2 cards out of hand. We still have 1 blocker Bonney in hand. I'm very certain we've seen 2 searched, so that takes away an pool that we had seen him search before. And the Prouder might need to drop a second kid or a 10-cost Doffy to actually survive this.
And the problem with, either of those plays really is there's just so many threats on board right now for Doflamingo that even if you do play one of those 2 cards, can you survive long enough, right? With all the different swings that are coming in, because even though you have a lot of cards in hand, that's going to dwindle down fast when there's a lot of swings coming at you.
Yep, this is not a spot where you want to be. Unless, I feel like the only real play you have is just hit into blocker.
So there's Trafalgar Law playing out the Bonney with 8 or more cards rested, which I believe there is 9 in total with that Bonney. Going to be able to draw 2, trash 1, and restand a Dawn, just filter out the hand. Revealing the secret rare Uta from, what was it, EBO3, I think the set was.
Yes, this is 3, not 4,
that's
even though it came down later than 4, but it's EB3, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do really like this card. I feel like maybe Bonney doesn't get to leverage it as much, but it's another card that lets you play on curve, right? Maximize your Dawn and swing at board, so it's pretty much exactly what you might want on this kind of starvy green deck. And yeah, just a shame he won't get to really use it this game.
Is going to 1K out of that attack with the starter deck Law. Now a 7K swing going in and clearing the Dracula Mihawk, especially because there's not any freezing. You got to be thinking about, especially with closed deck lists, potentially a I Know You're Strong event. That could be something in this list, but Bonney is going to be played onto the field. No freezing of these characters, and you have plenty of swings coming in this next turn.
There is also a possibility of Gravity Blade, which wouldn't be ideal to face because it's gonna eat away at pretty much your whole situation. Speaking of
which,
yeah,
is gonna get rid of both Law blockers, right, and really negate the amount of attacks potentially coming at you on the field. Still has 3 Josus, a Weevil, and Leader with 3 Dawn to be able to utilize. So we'll see what he tries to go with.
This is 8 cards in hand for Prouder. Okay, cool. We're just gonna Leader ability, pick up a 7.
Starting out with a Leader ability.
I don't hate it. I don't love it either because I feel like
one of your Josus is gonna get rested more than likely, right?
Yeah, and just swinging with the smaller body first basically means you do have full control over this. You're gonna get 2 7 swings when you want them, not any later or sooner. So there is that. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like doing that because then if he chooses your Leader effect, or if he chooses your Leader instead to rest, well, then you could just spread out the Dawn to hit bigger numbers, especially as he's already going down to 0 right now.
Yep, and this is going to be 7. Either
7 at lead, 2K, 1K out of that attack. Crazy with such a big hand going down to 0 right there.
Okay, so
we're pretty good game so far.
We're just going 7s.
Yeah, just 7s. Can he get out of another 7 right? He has to be able to get out of the 7 right. Has to be a 2K, 1K or a 0 cost event.
Yeah, 2K, 1K.
Looks like 2K, 1K is going to be that. But that is 4 cards out of the hand for Bonney right on that turn. You're definitely okay with that as you got a life and 4 cards. So
here comes the Doffy turn. Okay.
And there's Doflamingo stunning 3 different bodies. Looks like it's going to be Leader and the 2 Josus, right? And with your Leader effects, with the Cavendish restanding 2, you're going to be able to negate one of the swings yet again. Because you have a blocker, might be... he's going to do Josu, Weevil, and Doffy. I kind of like the Weevil, actually, because of Perfume Femur. Right, because Weevil is 7 Warlords of the Sea, but lets that KO happen right away.
Yeah, that is pretty much effective immediate. Yeah, and Perfume would have been pretty much GG on the spot. So yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I do guess you still have the leader ability. Sorry, the leader. No, the leader is frozen now, so you don't get any free unblockables
Yeah,
anymore.
you just have one swing pretty much with the Jozus.
Mm-hmm.
And you did take your first life of the game in that turn.
Yeah, we're starting to map lethal, but 7 cards in hand is a very, very healthy amount. I don't necessarily hate maybe a Boa play here to be able to save one of your Jesus, or yes, have some offensive capabilities, but we kind of need to see where you go.
I wonder if you like do a removal card on the Bonney and just try to go in like your Rest of the Dawn on one swing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's asking for a lot, right? Because it has to be a red rock.
We do have
So-
one 3,000 worlds. That would be a very, very effective way to close the game here and
Oh, does
just be in
3,000
13.
does 3,000 worlds get rid of a 5 or a 4?
5.
Oh, okay. No. So we do have 2 outs for that, but looks like is going to go with the
Ooh.
law
Yeah.
to pick up the Jozu and then play the Jozu to
Pick up the Bonney
restand it, basically.
and pass. And now we have 3 Josus to go going forward. Huh.
So now at least if there's like another 10 cost Flamingo that comes down or something of the sort, now you have pretty much 2 swings that you're going to be able to utilize if they leave up Dawn for leader effect.
Mm-hmm. And bouncing the Bonney instead of the Cavendish means they do kind of have to play it out. Okay, but that...
Draco Mihawk coming in and restanding for Dawn. Draco Mihawk does have a condition on it, right?
Mhm.
Says you can't play 7 cost or more for the rest of the turn. You could go in with the Bonney that you just got back in the hand to have 8 or more Dawn rested.
Yeah, this is a very interesting tightrope he's walking, but I do guess that there's still the threat of Femur just closing the game on the spot. However, like we do have the information that that's not on the cards today. So Prowler is safer than he probably believes he is.
So just double 7K swings. First with the Cavendish to restand 2 Dawn. Now 2 Dawn attached is going to go 2K, 1K out of that attack. And now the Doflamingo swing is going to put him down to 2 life. There's that 5 cost Bonney that I was talking about is going to go ahead, cycle the hand a little bit, and restand 1 Dawn at the end of turn for your leader effect. Now at least you have 2 blockers on the field.
Mm-hmm. And you have actually maintained hand size a tiny bit. 6 cards in hand. And even split here, assuming we get one of the Yosus rested, right? That means we have 19, 29 to split. So we're not going for it in that direction. It's not going to be 3 big swings to negate this, so this is just going to eat away.
Ooh, leader effect and block. I don't know if I would do both of those in the same turn.
Yeah, I'm not super...
I guess you could.
Yeah, we're just resting on 2K, 1K, which is the right thing
Yeah.
here. I feel like the free block just gives a very, very easy split and like double 12. It's...
Yeah, you would give like a lethal situation.
Yeah. Now things are a bit more complicated though.
A pretty good hand size, about 8 cards in hand, 7 or 8.
Mm-hmm. 4
For
cards.
Doflamingo over there. Might be able to get into a situation where he can survive if he doesn't hit lethal in this turn.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate a drop a blocker situation either. Boa basically costs you 3 down, right? So you would be able to just drop Boa, swing, probably a 9. What would be 3? You would have 7 on left, so it's 21. So you get to go 10, 11 if you want to. But I don't hate the 8.
So is blocking out of that, not revealing anything in the hand, and did not want to try to block and give up a card.
Another 8.
So now with the final 8K swing here.
Mm-hmm. Melody is basically representing an Usopp lethal, which would have been a very, very funny way to end the game. And that is what Prouder is very, very skeptical about now, because this is a block 1k situation, right? 100%. What do we do from this spot?
I feel like as Doflamingo, maybe what you need to try to do is like either get some draw or just put out a body onto the field.
Yeah.
Because you can probably protect most of the bodies
I think
right now. So going in with a Weevil to draw one, it could be like a double Weevil angle.
Yeah, but I feel like you could die here, right?
Oh, he picked up that Jozu. I guess when you have a lot of cards in hand, you still have 2 life. Bonney doesn't really ever have access to rush. So I don't know. I feel like maybe you could have survived.
You're probably right. I don't think there's a very good game angle for Bonney over here. But like that, you did have an 8 and a 10. 6 and a 5 and 10 down to work with, right? So it's actually not that hard to connect 3 out of those. You could start with maybe like a 9 at life. And things can get very, very messy from that point on.
And so with the play of the Dracula Mihawk and the Cavendish going to be restanding a ton of Dawn on that play.
And we effectively just used 3 Dawn for the whole thing. It's amazing because Mihawk costs 4 and that's -2 from the Cavendish itself.
So on the swing with the Doflamingo is going to go ahead, take that life. Going down to 0 so early. I know, Hody Jones is an option. I was looking at the list and I was like, oh, there's no rush in this list. But I should have remembered that, yes, if you're doing closed deck lists, yeah. Hody Jones is definitely a threat. Yeah,
that is absolutely right. Jake is reminding Jake of the existence of a very good card. It's actually kind of hard not to think about the deck list from our perspective, so we do apologize for potential plays here. I do feel a bit like you might have wanted to commit a bit more Dawn last turn to
I think you want to swing with this Mihawk, right?
Ooh, yeah.
If you go Mihawk, what do you... So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 13,000 power swing.
Thing is, Doffy is 13,000 a very good deck for this, right? Okay, so 2 cards in hand. If you keep 2 blockers up plus rest, you basically still need to tank 2 out of the hits, 2 out of the 5 hits. So I don't like the lethal possibilities over here. If he has 1 more blocker, he can play it safe. Otherwise,
it's a situation where like you shouldn't go for lethal because you didn't start the turn going for lethal, right? Because you wasted 2 Dawn if you want to try to go for lethal on this turn.
Yeah, even a bit more due to the nature of the swings, to be honest.
Yeah, so I feel like you have to just get defensive here.
Yeah, but you need
1 Dawn up for leader effect.
You need 1 more blocker for that, I think. Like, there's no way for you to get defensive without 1 more Dawn up. Jake just realized the secret sauce here is that he did not play Teach because Teach is bad into Bonney. Because it's just gonna attach Dawn once in the whole game. Let's see. It's kind of weird because it's a very tempting scenario. Yeah.
He is going the 13.
So that's 2, 2, 2.
1, 2. Yeah, I don't think he has enough.
Okay, no, so that
it's hard to tell at this angle.
11, 12. Let me just quickly pause.
Because he also had 1k Peronas in hand, so there was at least 2 2ks there. Crocodile and Dracula Mihawk, right? That goes to 9.
Yeah.
What is that third card that he put down? Is that another 2k?
That is a Josu. That's a 2k and a Jimbe. So I think he does have the counter over here.
Yeah,
Prouder is on chat. Prouder, can you confirm us whether you won this game or lost this game? Because I do feel like that's enough counter, right? Like that's 6, so that's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. If those are the
Oh,
gymnasts.
yeah. Then he would have got it.
Yeah. No, he did
Yeah.
defend. Yeah. It's just like the angle is kind of horrible over there. But yeah.
And all the beautiful alternate arts in this deck.
Oh, he did have the Bonney as well, so he could have like triple blocked and gone for one more turn.
Yeah, I think because you wasted 2 Dawn at the beginning, I mean, I still think you lose. But like with the cards that we saw in that hand, if you run the numbers, but like if you don't start the turn going for lethal because we wasted 2 Dawn playing that other 8-cost Dracula Mihawk, you shouldn't end the turn going for lethal.
Yeah, I'm with you there. This is a bit of a... It does feel like it's either you've won because they don't really know where the like how much counter you had initially, right? And that just basically costed you the game, but it doesn't really feel like that kind of situation. It's more of a, oh, I got baited into going for game and lost. But it does feel a bit tricky, to be honest, with this situation. It's not where you want to be, I don't think. It's absolutely fine. Okay.
But definitely a good game. A lot of control from both sides, right? The Bonney being able to like freeze a lot of things and whatnot, and then Doflamingo just bouncing everything back. A high priority on Jozu in this game. Even using on a 10 on turn like the 4-cost law to bounce back Jozu, to play Jozu back down onto the field to remove something.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very, very interesting game with a lot of back and forth. And it did seem like Doffy was like very heavily favored early on, but actually it kind of was a super close game and some small decisions could have shifted this. Like going lethal wasn't going to be the trick anyways, because those Dawn would have costed you and you wouldn't have extra Dawn of Cavendish if you were to go lethal, right? So it's only 2 Dawn, but it does feel like a lot of waste going on for you. So I understand why not going for games. There's the trick, but still super close. And yeah, a lot of cards to be respected that they kind of both didn't run, right? Like Doffy did not have any need to play around Hody, but he kind of has to. And the same way, no need to play around Perfume, but you kind of have to. So yeah, a lot of levels of game going on over here. Very, very fun. Okay, let's slow and steadily get to the next game. And actually, let me just re-transition because I'm gonna time travel. I was fixing out some of the overlay problems from our sim situations before, but okay. Okay, cool. So that should be about enough. We do see that Prouder keeps the first hand, and the same thing goes for Melody. So we're gonna get to business pretty much immediately.
Both players feel like they've got pretty good starts in this, especially as Doflamingo going first. Going to start out with the Perona to reorder that top 5.
I do love this card. I feel like we stopped seeing it quite a bit in Doffy towards the end of it just because you were teach powered and there's only so much space on the deck list to actually run. But now that Jinbei is back on the menu, it feels like the upside of starting with Perona into leader swing is just too much to stop running it. So let's see what Melody has cooked this time, because that's exactly what's going to happen. There you go, Weevil.
Playing out the Weevil on the 7K swing is going to take it, and well, should have used leader effect first, but you know, 2 buddies playing.
Yeah, no, there's not a lot to be done over there. It's just a Perona that might get or might not get swing into, to be honest, given that Weevil is rested over here. Yeah, it's not going to make a difference whether that Perona had.
Ooh, an NK swing, though. Probably going at the Weevil, trying to ask for 2 cards in hand, especially early in this game. Hasn't built up the hand a ton, so Weevil just going to be a target.
Oh. Okay, this is kind of interesting, because now you do get a free swing with the Perona into the Bonney. I thought he was just not going to swing and rest the Perona again. But I guess he just decided to take the card advantage instead.
Especially with no Dawn left open, that means the Perona swing is going to clear, and then Leader swing connects on a life. Now Jinbei's coming in with another Weevil, and it's just going to be another card draw with a Perona to reorder this new top 5, because I think we saw all 5 of this top 5 because of the Weevil draws.
Yeah, we did get to draw 2 cards plus the Weevil 3 and the Weevil itself 4. Maybe we had one more card that we knew, and it was probably not what you would have wanted to play here. So
yeah,
at the very least, 4 out of the 5 were out of the question.
Pretty good start, I feel like, for Doflamingo right now. But going into this next turn, we know that Cavendish is in the hand from the search, so wouldn't surprise me if Cavendish came down onto the field. But starting out with the 5K swing over at the Perona to clear it.
I also kind of want to highlight how beautiful the Doflamingo deck is fully altered. I do know that Prouder is also a max rarity warrior, but he has the cards. Some of the cards that we see him in rarity, they're just on his other green deck, and he was a bit too lazy to move them around, so he has them on the Mihawk deck instead. But still, some good stuff.
So Cavendish coming in, gonna restand to Dawn. Now, potentially tapping one. Maybe we have another 1-drop Searcher Bonney in the hand. Yeah. But not opting to search with it again. I'm really curious as to why you leave up 2 Dawn. Maybe not turn the bodies sideways to search.
I think it's just about not getting a free swing on the Perona, and now you do get to rest the Jinbe or the Leader instead. Leader gets rested. This is
going to go with the Leader. I guess maybe the Perona, but
this feeling like it's going to be a Josu turn, right? So we do swing.
It's taking every single life so far in this one very early. Now a 6K swing coming in from the Jinbe. Just trying to 2K check at this point. Especially with 6 Dawn, could be a Josu angle coming in to remove this Cavendish off the field. There's Laboon right there. Laboon could have protected the Cavendish.
Ooh, that is
if we had played it down on the field with the 1 Dawn.
That is very fair, although probably Laboon or Cavendish would have met a very bad fate anyways, because you do need to rest 2 out of your cards, right? And if you play the sequence the Josu being played first instead and just bounce the Perona, then they need to choose what they rest, and that might lead to a lot of hand contesting. So I can see how spending a card on that and then having to defend the board can be a bit trickier. Okay.
So Dracula Mihawk coming in now, restanding for Dawn. The 5K swing off the Bonney is going to be a 1K counter out, playing the rest or some other ones for Tashigi. Now trying to keep this Dracula Mihawk on the field in case of a Red Rock.
And we are on 9, so we cannot do the signature Trafalgar Law into Red Rock thing just yet. But we'll see where that goes. 2 life is not a very huge amount of life to be having here, and I do feel like that Tashigi needs to be dealt with, at least somehow. So maybe we will see some low action anyways. We have set up the top 5 cards of the deck last turn, and we haven't drawn an extra one, so we should know exactly what's in there and whether we want to be dragging it onto the board or not now. Let's see what Melody goes for here.
I start off with the Josu swing.
Or leader swing, I guess. It depends on how we want to sequence this.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, if we have a playable body, you always start out with leader swing, right? To be able to play something on the field.
Yeah, the good news is...
Even though that means your Josu's going to be rested, but if you don't have a target, then I guess Josu swing makes the most sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that is absolutely and totally fair. I wonder if what we're going to be seeing is maybe a low play bouncing the Weevil to replay the Weevil, or bouncing the Jinbe to replay the Jinbe with some companions.
I mean, we've kind of seen this prioritization of or deprioritization, I should say, of the leader effect on the Doflamingo side within this game. I mean, he's only used it maybe once, twice in total.
Yeah. Okay, so this might be a pivot turn where you actually just swing a 10 into that Mihawk to drain the hand size. Right, because it's actually very, very tempting to just Dutch 4 Dawn to Weevil. Drop maybe, or maybe drop a Boa if you have her, or a Jinbe Boa and go 12 into the Mihawk.
Looks like Perona's the option here.
Mm-hmm. Perona, maybe follow
Because
that.
again, if we had the Perona, then we could have set up a leader effect, but just again, not going for the leader effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna make things a bit more tricky. Not to get that free card advantage. Yeah, and there we go. That's gonna be taxing hand size a tiny bit.
We still have 4 Dawn to be able to use for various effects. So 10,000 power now is going to command multiple cards, whether it's going at lead or Mihawk.
Yep. Let's see where it finishes.
Oh, that looks like 1K, 1K, 1K for the Mihawk on to save. So now you'll love that if you're Doflamingo. You just want to play characters down. You want to be able to flood the board.
Mm-hmm.
Get some big swings in. Removing the Tashigi right there.
Yeah, that is pretty much where you want to be. And now, if we have drained the hand size a bit, right? So if there is a follow-up kit turn, we basically have full control of it because they need to choose whether to drop the Tashigi to protect off Red Rock or to drop a blocker to protect from the swings, which we know are going to be quite effective if we just ate away 3 1Ks for that previous swing, right? Doffy is in control of the situation now, and we do need a haymaker play.
Yeah.
I don't really like
I would agree that.
Sorry, go on.
Say that again?
Go on.
Oh, no. I was going to spew nonsense. You go.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, like, I don't feel like the kit play is great, but it's probably the best play you have, right? Because there's no benefit on resting the Dawn with a prospective Uta. And you cannot really afford to tap out for the Doffy anyways, because you will get swung with the remaining body. And we just use the Searcher to get some card advantage, so yeah. Gonna be slightly less than ideal spot.
Especially with, you just need to ask them to have it at this point, and especially like reordering the top of the deck. I mean, it's kind of a gamble of whether or not they prioritize Red Rock.
Yeah, that is very, very fair. But we've seen at least 15 cards in, right? So I think you need to assume that Red Rock is gonna be one of the cards in hand, or the first
especially
one at the top.
Because you saw multiple within the last game. We know, looking at the list, that there's 3 of them, but you know there's at least 2 in this best of 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's gonna have to be Shiggy plus our kid, if that is the play. Oh.
So it looks like just going with Tashigi and then a Carrot on top of it. Carrot's going to be able to freeze that Jozu at least, so you really negate a couple different swings, but still plenty of threats when you have 1, no blockers now because you were very aggressive with your Mihawk, but 2, not a lot of counter because you revealed earlier that you only had a bunch of 1Ks, and the only 2K that you had in your hand, because it got bounced back in your hand, is now back onto the field.
Yeah.
So I think face is the place.
Yeah, this is tough because you don't have the blocker. You have 1 Dawn to negate things, and you're not gonna die this turn. But
you're still standing at 5 life.
We keep looking. We might get.
But what is going to be able to activate your leader ability potentially?
Yeah, and you might get to that spot where you basically just keep bouncing 1 low with the next one, and keeping 1 standing and 1 in hand, which is problematic towards your Tashigi situation. Okay. So I guess
he's gonna blast this Mihawk.
That is the plan.
So is going to get the Gecko Moria to be able to grab something from the trash. Looks like grabbing a Perona.
Can it?
Wait a minute. It's been a while since I've read that Gecko card.
I don't think it can. I don't think it's super relevant, but I don't think it can.
It can grab a Thriller Bark Pirates type. So yeah, it can.
Oh, cool.
It can grab the Perona, yeah.
So it's both. That's actually amazing. I feel like I didn't play enough.
I know I didn't really play
Doffy.
Doflamingo in its heyday, so that KO is going to happen onto the Dracula Mihawk, and now clearing out the Bonney, maybe just trying to negate the amount of card draw that Bonney is going to be able to generate. So I don't know. I kind of like that, especially because you know that they're hurting a little bit in the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that board contesting is quite alright, and that carrot is obviously gonna keep aggression under control, but it's also gonna be a prime target for swinging on the way back. There's no.
Yeah, I mean, you have 5 characters on field. Like, okay, they stunned one of them. Like, all right.
It does feel like maybe there is an angle to just swing at one of the bodies, freeze the other ones, but they do get a free block. If we have a 10-cost Doffy, we do get to maybe contest one of the bodies, freeze leader and Josu and another one, and just kind of go 5-6 into the remaining one. But yeah,
Play a little slow.
yeah, it's risky.
I mean, I think 10 cost Doffy is your best play since you don't have access to like Electrical Luna or something in this list.
This is kind of an interesting option too. I suppose for this
Here
matchup,
is going to be able to stun something. Probably the Josu, if I had to take a guess. Yeah.
You would be absolutely right on your guess. 2K.
1K getting out means that was swinging at...
I think it was a buggy, right? So I think it might have been a 2K.
Oh, was that a buggy? Was that a 2K? Yeah, you might be right. You may be right.
Yeah, it's just the altars are difficult to pick up, but I think it was a buggy 2K. We drop one more blocker, filtering out, maybe fishing for those 2Ks that we have been longing for all game long. Still a very, very thin hand size after this.
Only sitting at about 5 cards in hand. Is going to get rid of a 10 cost Doflamingo. May have just drawn into it, but it definitely feels bad to see as the 7,000 power clears the Gecko.
Yeah, that is very, very fair. I was kind of expecting a block plus 2K over here, but I suppose it's okay to let the Gecko go and keep a healthy hand size.
And I think you don't, because these are closed lists, like, especially I Know You're Strong, I believe is a Supernova event. It's got like 3 different typings on it. Yeah, it's a Supernova event.
It is.
So I guess there's reason to believe that you don't want to block with the Boa if you don't have to. So then if maybe, because being a Supernova engine means that it's super searchable, that if that did come down...
Oh yeah, but at this point we only had 1 on remaining, right? So you will need 3 for the.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Just kidding. I'm crazy.
It's okay. It's just too many cards to keep track of. Like the game keeps growing and growing, and also that card has like the longest name ever. So it's it's confusing in on its own. I always call it All Out. So when you were like, yeah, I know you're strong, it's like, oh, that's just the start of All Out. Fair.
Yeah. It's before the ... But getting out of that swing, just committing a 1K on the Bonney. Still has the blocker available to them.
I mean, I guess we do need to commit a bit bigger now if we want to go in that direction, but it feels very okay to maybe go to like at least 1/8 into the carrot.
He might just play like 10-10. Or 8, 8 at the carrot is just going to get it. Okay, I thought there was going to be a little bit more of a fight, but...
It's absolutely fine. And now you need to at least go 6, right? Oh, I guess 8 again is at life.
8 coming in, taking a life, and another body coming down.
Moria
This looks
again.
like also an SP Gecko.
Moria picking up the 2K buggy, and we move on from there.
So still keeping a pretty nice hand size. You don't have to worry about freezing at this point unless another one's played down. But 8 for the USIS captain kid. We're going to hope that you found... Well, even Red Rock, at least at this point, doesn't do much. So,
but we do have a blocker. I guess still low plus Red Rock puts you in a very, very uncomfortable situation. But this is working out quite nicely.
So clearing out that Jinbei may start seeing Bonney stabilize at this point. He's thinking about swinging 7 now with this leader after restanding 2 on Cavendish. But it's just going to go a 5.
Yeah, a 5 you kind of... Ooh, you let it go.
He's letting everything go at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we know he has a 2K buggy in hand.
I mean, he's on control of the resource war now, right? That's the spot we're on. We get to drop a blocker now. Yeah, that is a good blocker as well.
It's going to be Rosinante, even though KOs are not necessarily super prevalent in the Doflamingo deck.
No.
This at least is going... Well, actually, KO in combat, I forgot.
Yeah, you do get to do some shenanigans over here where you, like, even if he gets rested, but I think on this matchup, yeah, it's just a 2-cost blocker. Beige is probably a bit better.
Very cheap blocker that you can cheat out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Beige would probably have been a better option over here. And a bit more searchable too. But I guess they might be on different spots. Okay. Perona, that we just recovered recently, comes back. And this might lead...
Perona going to be reordering that top 5, maybe setting up leader effect to rebuild our board.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that is where you want to be, but now you have some weird maths going on, right? We have 9 on left. I think you definitely want to swing 10 if you can, but it is very, very awkward to swing a 10. Because you only get to do 10, 9, I guess. So would you just go a simple 8? Leader ability.
Just going to be asking for a card out of hand right now.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to rest the Jozu nullifies the other big body. Is going to maybe try to ask for the blocker Boa to swing if he wants to get rid of it. And there goes the blocker's swing.
Yeah.
8,000 power for only 2 Dawn. So just 3 8s looks like is the game plan.
Yeah, and they are eating away at 2Ks as well, which is kind of what you want to see. We felt how Prouder was very short on those 2Ks before. And now...
Why didn't we block with the Rosinante?
That is a very, very good question, actually.
Why we block with the Bonney?
Let me try and think whether we have a reason for that.
Because, like, at least Bonney, like, when you...
I know why. It's because you do get to bounce the Rosinante and replay it if you have a blocker law. So I think that is the reason in here. He has 2 bricks in hand. Chances are one of them could be blocker law. And Bonney is very expensive for that, right?
Oh, I guess Rosie is better because of perfume, because if... That's a good point, Prouder, because if there is perfume in this list, we know that there's not, but like in closed deck lists and in this match, Rosinante can still save kids. So I guess, yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a better reason than mine then.
Yeah. That is the reason, you know.
I mean, Prouder is telling you himself, so that is very, very fair.
Yeah.
Threat of perfume is better than perfume.
Has had a lot of time to think about this best of 3, but playing down the Uta, this activate main once per turn sets a Dawn as active, but then you rest a Dawn or a character with 4 cost or less, so can help control the board. And at the end of turn, you can set up to one of your film type characters as active, which doesn't matter probably in this. It's more for that activate main, but
yeah, I think the activate main is your key card over here, and just you get to rest something and restand it on. Do some like Cavendish like shenanigans. I mean, it's a bit weird on it though.
Yeah. But did go ahead, rest that Perona as an option after restanding the Dawn, and now the 5K swing going in. You got to be swinging at one of these characters, right?
Yep.
Goes ahead, gives the Jimbei as counter, regardless if it's at lead or a character. Now some big swings coming in.
Yeah, that's going to be a 7 from Cavendish, and we might need to also counter it, although to an extent we don't care that much. Okay, 8.
AK swing at Dracul Mihawk?
No, at
to be able to engage. Oh, no, goes at the Boa. Okay, I mean, getting rid of a blocker is not that bad.
And that is a huge swing at Yosu. That's not going to see another day on the board.
So now the tempo, so good right now for the Bonney. So close to... It was very scary at the beginning of the game, but really stabilizing, especially once that kid hit the board. It looks like 3,000 Worlds is going to bottom deck the Tashigi. 3,000 Worlds Red Rock getting rid of the kid. Now you're free reigns to go in at life with these different swings. You're not in the clutches of kid anymore.
Yeah. But I feel like you just wait one turn, right? You keep all of
Yeah,
your
you
bots
just
standing, you force them to swing into life if they want to swing some more. And you do have resources to split very, very evenly your swings next turn.
there's a Rosie to be able to just utilize Uta's activate main, rest that Dracula Mihawk, and now you at least have a target to be able to clear the board, especially as you're producing blockers right now.
Yep, that's gonna make a big difference, and this is where we're seeing the Utah shine.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
pretty
did.
solid in this matchup specifically. So now the Uta 8,000 power, the first life for Doflamingo taken in this game. 30 minutes into game 2, it feels like. We've got the 5-cost Secret Rare Bonney going in now, drawing 2, trashing 1. And you've established a couple blockers on the field. You've got a couple done to be able to utilize for Cavendish as he restands 2 more.
Yeah, that is doing the trick.
Gravity Blade would go crazy here.
Yeah, it would be definitely a very, very groundbreaking
It wouldn't
spot.
outright win you the game, but it would be very strong, I feel like, right now.
You do get to Gravity Blade and then like probably swing 7 either at life or into the Cavendish and keep the Manic.
Ooh, and there it is.
Yep.
So choosing the Cavendish and the Bonney. Interesting. I was going to say, do you maybe want to get rid, or no, you can't get rid of the Uta because it only gets rid of 6 costs. So yeah, that is correct.
And now you kind of have to be swinging with leader, right? And trying to get a card.
I wonder if you like blind leader flip, because this is definitely resting your leader.
Oh.
Ooh, 5/5. Just trying to ask for a card out of hand each time.
I
see if there's a 1K.
I do like this. The free swing would have just eaten away one of the blockers, and now we are down to 1 card in hand. Daruta is gonna contest the board, but you are quite in control of the situation.
Yeah, you've negated Bonnie's board just as fast as they've negated your board, in a sense. Only about 5 cards in hand for Doflamingo. Only about 1 or 2 for Bonney right now. 2 cards, I believe.
Yeah, 2. We got them down to 1 the previous turn, and now we do have some control over this. If we leader ability something even akin to 4-cost law, you can probably wipe the Utah off the face of the earth next turn and completely negate the offensive. And Bonnie's pretty much forced to
He's
remove
thinking
the
about a
board.
9,000 power at Gecko. Would force 3 cards at hand, but no, is going in for life.
And
Jared is going to be able to stun the Gecko. And yeah, I don't see how you... I feel like you got a pretty good position in this game right now. Especially with the carrot.
Yeah, it's a very, very close game. You're getting him down to 1 life. Carrot is frozen, and you're still on 1 life with 1 card in hand. Leader ability is going to carry a tiny bit, and you might not be able to close it down next turn. But it is...
Yeah, no way with 1 Dawn left open to be able to hit for lethal, especially with 1 blocker on the field.
Sengoku.
Sengoku going to be looking in, trying to find something. Maybe like 4-cost Jinbei to populate? Yeah, 4-cost Jinbei into Weevil to draw 1 card could be really nice.
That is a buggy, though. Maybe we do try to set up...
Oh, was that a buggy?
Yeah, they do look very alike, but I'm pretty sure that's the buggy. Yeah.
This is why I don't play max rarity.
It gets very confusing. Regular rarity cards are a bit easier, but I think that was the buggy. Yeah.
Buggy's still pretty good, though. 2K counter makes the math a little bit more difficult now for Bonney to be able to go in next turn.
And you do get to do some interesting things if you are able to set up, right? Like if we do find a Jinbe or a... Like if you want to take a look at the top 3, see whether you find a Jinbe or a Law. To be able to either Jinbei into Law or Law itself, bounce back the buggy, play it, and bounce back the blocker.
Ooh, Gravity Blade off the top of the blind leader flip is going to be leader effect to rest the Perona. We'll see if he's got an encounter in hand or goes for the block.
We have 5
I mean, there's
done
two
left.
scenarios, right? It's either get rid of this, getting rid of the card. I like getting rid of the card because now your Rosinante is a threat to swing,
Yeah, that is
which seems
actually
like a little
fair.
bit of a meme with a big hand, but
Okay, are we gonna find the law to bounce the Rosinante back to hand maybe? Oh, that's the trick as well. That is gonna make lethal math a lot more complicated and set up next turn. So
ooh, is playing Jinbei Boa instead. Going to be reordering that top 3 and establish a blocker on field. I think Jinbei Boa is probably one of the better options that you could ask for.
yeah, it's definitely alright. The ball is not really gonna be a blocker that long, right? Because it does get Utad out of existence.
Yes.
The timing is a bit unfortunate though, because had we done this before, we would have been able to swing one more with Doffy and at least force the block.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, maybe Jinbei Weevil was the best option then because you could at least get a card advantage.
If you had it in hand, definitely. But it might just be the case where he's like fully fine with just counters. This is again a spot where Prowler needs to decide, do I go for game this turn?
Just think about swinging 9,000 power. 9,000 power is going to freeze the Uta. 9,000 power either going at the Gecko or Life, but 2K, 2K, 1K gets out of this attack. It looks like Buggy, and
Jinbe?
something.
I think it's the other Jinbe this time, but yes.
Oh, the other Jinbei, the PRB one.
Yep.
So he is going to get out of that attack. Still has 1 life. Your Rosinante could hit lethal.
You
still have 7 Dawn left.
Here we go.
It's another 9 right here. I wonder if he's going to play another blocker here. But I don't think you can. You?
And that is going to be 11. So that's 2K, 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 2K.
A lot of 2Ks there at the end of that game. That was 13 worth, right?
Yeah, that is 13 worth, and he had 12, I believe. Yeah, right. No, 6 Dawn left, so he went 10, and that was 8 2K, so all the way up to 13. That is brutal. And yeah, so that was
good job by Doflamingo, like constantly sculpting the hand and trying to bait out like lethal in a lot of situations.
I mean, you don't get any counter and you just play everything. That's not a 2K effectively. So yeah, that's congratulations to Melody for winning the final round of today, and congratulations to you and me, Jake, because we made it.
We did it.
We have somehow survived this very, very long string of games, but it was a lot of fun.
Hey, I love watching One Piece, so it's easy.
I'm with you over there. And let me just quickly move you on screen again, and we do get to say goodbye together. Thank you so much for today. It's been great. I was looking forward to doing this with you, and I'm really happy that we got to do so. What do you think of extra regulation? I know it's slightly different to what we might have expected, but
I think there's a lot to play with in extra regulation, right? Like even though it's been the talk of the day, like the Iceburg list, right? Like putting the secret rare and also the SR and L inside the Iceburg deck is just not something that I would thought of. So there's these like different combinations of things that you can use within this format that are really, really cool to try to promote like some of the other leaders and things of that nature. So I'm curious to see how like it continues to evolve and where some of the more obscure things can come about in this format.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely fair. I think we're going to see some interesting techs and bits and pieces. And, the fact that they do know which leader they're going to be facing is going to lead to some very, very interesting choices. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next couple of weeks. So this was the kickoff for the Extra Games. Thank you so much for joining me on this one. It's been an amazing way to do so. And for everyone that's been watching us, thank you so much for the watchers, subscribes. Be sure to subscribe to Jake as well. And check out his Twitter and YouTube and Twitch. He does amazing content that is really, really friendly on Twitter. So yeah, go say hi. And this was Sabaody Showdown. It's me, Gonzo, and thank you so much for watching. See you next week. Bye-bye.